Jennifer Lopez hasn't given up on love yet. The 52-year-old actress told the Today Show that she is open to the idea of marriage.
Well, with Ben Affleck, maybe.
Of course, yes. While opening,
Tell me, will you take me as your husband?
while discussing
You will.
her new, you don't give her much choice, do you?
I got this from Steven Singer.
While discussing her new rom-com, Marry Me, she said, I mean, you know me. I'm a romantic. I always have been. The actress previously married 3 times, most recently to Mark Anthony, with whom she shares 2 children and divorced in 2014. She is freshly reunited, of course, with Ben Affleck, which we know.
Which is very cool. There we go. I really like her. I mean, I think she's, she's sort of self-deprecating, and, that's...
She was very diva-y for a while.
Early, yes, you're right.
While.
And then she evolved. Yeah, right at the beginning, around Jenny from the Block.
Yeah.
But I think that's since gone away, and she's kind of cool.
Jen said, I still believe in happily ever after, for sure, 100%. In the new film...
Do you want a big wedding or a small wedding?
I don't know.
You will.
In the new film, Lopez will play...
Do you like this cake? Is this the cake we should have at our wedding?
No.
We will.
He's very decisive.
I guess
Batman,
so.
when they're making the wedding choices.
Yeah. In the new film...
I want Shorty Long at our wedding.
Oh, my God.
Jersey horns?
Texas Hold'ems?
Yeah.
What?
For a stretch, for whatever reason. I don't know who was calling. Somebody on the show was calling them Shorty Long and the Texas Hold'ems.
It's probably Bill.
Yeah.
He always gets those names wrong. So anyhow, in the new film, Lopez will play a pop singer who marries suddenly after discovering her fiance cheated.
I watched the trailer, and I'm sort of in on it.
Okay.
I'm a sucker for a good. I guess that's why I roll over so easily for the Hallmark movies.
Oh my God! You know what? It's not even Thanksgiving, and I am so sick and tired of those things being on in my house.
We live in different worlds when it comes to that.
Rochelle has it on non-stop, 24 hours a day. I can't. I leave the room. I can't stand it anymore.
Tell her if she wants. She can text me as she's watching, and we can have a.
Listen. She
Because
can
I watch
move
them all
in
the
with
time.
you guys for a couple of months if you want. I can't stand it.
Claire and I will watch, and she's like you. She's a little bit more reticent, but you play the game. You try to guess the plot points. You do a drinking game, but with hot cocoa. You're never offered hot chocolate in these movies. You're always offered. You would like some hot cocoa?
I can't.
I
I've
understand.
I've tried.
No.
I have tried, and there are times where I'm like, okay, I'll sit down and I'll watch this, and I just, it's just. Ugh.
I was where you were. I completely understand, and then something happened. I don't know what it was.
Nothing's going to happen to me.
Yeah.
Saturday Night Live star Pete Davidson and Kim Kardashian are officially an item.
Whoa, wow.
Page 6 is reporting. Marissa thought that was really funny.
I like Casey's reaction to it because these things are just, I can't take it. It's like, really?
Page 6 is reporting that the two are a couple, despite their individual reps declining to comment on the relationship. And Kardashian is yet to finalize her divorce, of course, from Kanye West, despite filing for that in February. So,
well, the holding hands and hanging out and taking trips together. And,
so
I mean, that's they're not, as Kathy would say, they're not playing Parcheesi.
The big announcement there I did at the top is, keep in mind, this is Page 6 saying this. They have not confirmed this. So
right.
It's still up.
They're not Insta official yet?
Not Insta official.
They actually are. Didn't they post that picture of them with Flava Flav on Instagram?
Yeah, but Insta official means, snuggling, canoodling, stating it as well. So not just pictures together.
Wow. I just can't believe this outfit. She was like wearing a bodysuit and then pulls her sweatpants down so you see the top of the bodysuit.
Okay. Is that a faux pas?
I don't know. It's weird.
Okay.
Like starting a trend, but...
Haley Steinfeld will join the Marvel Cinematic Universe as Kate Bishop in Hawkeye.
Which is next week.
The actress told Variety, it's really a privilege to be able to play a character that could in any way possibly inspire anyone.
That's a broad...
I know.
Conceivably, it could inspire someone. Someone who wants to be a hawk.
She said...
I inspired that guy.
That's like Mark Wahlberg's character.
Over there?
I did that.
What were you gonna say, guys?
And the other guys. He's like, just let me fly. Mark Wahlberg. Did you ever see that movie?
I did not.
It's
great.
ridiculous. Oh, wait. It's Will
That's Adam
Ferrell's,
McKay.
his wife in that is it's
Oh, Eva.
Eva Mendes.
Yeah.
Nice.
And she's super hot, and he treats her like crap, like the old ball and chain.
All right, so she said, Kate Bishop is a character that I would have loved to have had growing up. Somebody who is completely ambitious, driven, and disciplined, and takes it upon herself to do whatever it is she has to do to achieve her goals. She said, I am very excited for people to meet her. The first 2 episodes of
It's
Hawk.
her.
What's that?
It's her, right? She's playing the character.
Yes, but
Okay.
she means her character.
Oh,
She's
okay.
very excited for people to meet her, the character. The first 2 episodes of Hawkeye will debut November 24th on Disney+.
Very excited. So if they're rolling them out, what are there, 6 episodes, 8 episodes? Do we know?
I don't know.
They've been doing at least 8. So, now people aren't doing like Netflix is the only one who just dumps it.
I'm fine.
Okay, I'm
fine with
okay
the
with
rolling
you
out.
parsing it out for me.
Yeah, and so nothing has been horrible, and there's been some great stuff in these various shows that they're rolling out. Some I've liked less than others. The reviews on this are pretty damn good, so very excited.
It says at the bottom that it is a 2-episode premiere on the 24th,
Yep.
so at least we get 2 out of it.
You can't keep me cooped up in here, okay? I am a peacock. You gotta let me fly.
The hell is that?
That's what I was talking about with the other guys, with Mark Wahlberg.
I thought that was a clip from
You gotta let me fly. And he's like, ah!
Oh, okay. All right. So he makes a noise after that? Caca?
Yes.
Okay. Nick, what is this picture you pulled up
There was
here?
a press conference yesterday.
Haley Steinfeld.
Yeah, yesterday or the day before. So the next Marvel phase, like 5 or 6, is going to include the Young Avengers. And it's sort of an unkept secret in the Marvel universe. But Kevin Feige, she was asked about it. Haley Steinfeld was asked about it. She turned around and looked at Kevin Feige, and he sort of gave her this look of, you're not allowed to talk about it yet.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
And then she turned back to the press conference and did her due diligence and didn't say anything. But eventually, she and her character are going to be in the next phase of the Marvel universe.
Got
There's all sorts of things that they can't keep contained now
Yeah.
because as they have these various press conferences, the trailer for She-Hulk has her wearing a Fantastic Four
Right.
outfit.
Yeah, and Steve,
Right.
and the kids from WandaVision are also going to be in
Are
the
gonna
Young
be in that.
Avengers.
Yep.
Yeah, so
All
all
right.
of these things are going to continue to come together.
So, and I was having this discussion with Murph earlier this week because I did see what's the latest one that came out?
Shang-Chi? Shang-Chi.
No, The Eternals.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so at a certain point, they're going to have to put an end to this storyline because at a certain point, because this universe is so big, when you go back to Iron Man, and that was like super believable, and no superheroes existed. And now, with the Eternals and all this other stuff, it's like, well, who's not a superhero on this planet? You know what I
Nah,
mean?
they don't have to put an end to it.
No.
No, the comics have been going on for decades. They continue to go on.
But the thing with Iron Man is that it was like, oh, well, this is believable. And then in Shang-Chi, when they had flying dragons, I'm like, oh, come on already.
Well, here's the deal. Here's the deal.
But-
They all live in, and it's what actually eventually happens when you do the comic books. There are many comic book, like the Eternals, I never paid attention to. I read my other comics. So I think you might find more of a bifurcation, as they say, where people cut off and say, oh, I'm just going to follow this line of movies. And that it would be very similar to the comics, right, Preston?
Yep, agreed.
Yeah.
100%. So they can keep it going, and I don't see them ever tying it up and ending it because,
It's keeping Hollywood alive.
yeah, totally. And
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying reset. If you can do a reset, because at a certain point, like the reality, like the part that appealed to me was that, oh my gosh, this like almost seems real.
In a world like this, that there was, if somebody
Yeah.
existed like this, but then you go to the next world where, okay, you have all of these people with their different powers. Who could take who? Yesterday we were talking about would
Dr.
Dr.
Manhattan.
Manhattan be the most, the strongest? But I would say this. I was having this discussion, because Nick Murphy's the one you go to have the discussion with, about, when we start to hit that glut level where I find myself going, I'll wait for this one. I don't need to see this one right now. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And so
totally.
I'm kind of in that realm now. I still get excited for some. I mean, the Batman. My car's outside running right now.
yeah.
I was just that whole time you were talking there. I was focusing on the fact that two grown-ass men were talking about who is the most powerful superhero.
I know. Yeah.
You know, yes.
I know.
That's the
Because
show.
I've had
all
the conversation with your children.
That's what we talk about.
That's what we talk about.
the show.
Because
all
we're
the time.
rock and roll, man.
That's right. All right, I'm going to add this story to entertainment news because things are kind of light in entertainment news. But Gorilla Glue Girl,
Oh, so that's the thing still?
it just took a whole other,
Oh, did it?
a whole other level. Gorilla Glue Girl, you know, she put the Gorilla Glue in her
Yeah.
hair. She thought it was a hair product, and it was an interesting story. It's funny as hell. Her name is Tessica Brown. And she is releasing her very own song, remixing snippets from her original viral TikTok video with additional lyrics that she raps. The song is called My Hair.
My hair.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, the people behind some of Nicki Minaj's stuff helped produce.
No, they did not.
Okay.
They did not get in touch with her. They reached out to her.
Okay.
Nikki did not get back
Why
in
would
touch
she
with her.
seize on this opportunity?
Well, here's the deal. Nikki had mentioned her in a song. Gorilla Glue Girl in her song Fractions.
Which is one of my favorites.
And so they reached out to Nicki Minaj, and they have not heard back from her.
We should have an audio clip of My Hair.
Yeah,
if you're interested. Yeah.
We do not have that just yet.
Marissa can get to it. So TB's manager, TB is Tessica Brown.
Those in the know.
Yeah, Gina Rodriguez says that Tessica recorded it in Hollywood last month, and the track was put together by independent music producer and engineer Phil Valley. Apparently, Tessica wrote this jam all by herself, and it is the first time that she's ever rapped.
Her and Tan Mom are going to do some Indigo Girls songs at the Bridge benefit.
Oh, well, that's cool. She can't go and try and be known as TB. Tessica is already fine, right? There's nobody else that I've ever heard of named Tessica.
I don't know if it's her doing that. This is just
okay.
written in the story this
Okay,
way, and I
all
was
right,
having
good.
a little fun with it.
All right,
so.
good. Because there's already two other
You don't
TBs.
disparage that name.
Yeah.
Who are the other TBs?
Terry Bradshaw and Tom Brady. Those are the only TBs out there.
Has Terry Bradshaw released a song about his hair?
It's called Not
No Hair.
No Hair. Not my hair.
Male pattern baldness.
Ain't got my hair.
You know, Terry Bradshaw is the one person that if you did a claymation figure of him would look exactly like he looks in real life.
Right? Oh, my God.
All right, we're ready with the
All right,
song.
here's my hair.
My hair.
Okay, that's enough. Or this is one, because it says there have been a lot of remixes that have been made over the past several months.
This is the official one that was.
You're sure?
Yeah, that's what they said.
Okay.
All right, I don't know though.
Because
I'm not
she
well
apparently-
versed in my hairness.
Well, she apparently raps on it, and I don't hear. This is all just samples.
It don't move my hair. You hear what I'm telling you?
It's great.
Listen, I've heard worse. So
She's
who
entered
knows?
the ranks of "You so dumb."
I
You
listen
are
to
so dumb.
I listen to, and I don't want to say I listen to a lot of rap, but my son does, and as a result, I end up listening to a lot of rap.
You think
Okay.
you like this?
No, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to get is, and I really, if you stop and think about it, it's a shame that the Call of the Wild movie was released when it was, because this would have fit perfectly on the soundtrack.
Yeah, Mahar. All right. What else? Like I said, it was kind of a light day today.
It's all right.
Jonah Hill will be grateful for his next act.
Yes.
The Superbad star set to play Grateful Dead guitarist Jerry Garcia in a biopic directed by Martin Scorsese.
So for me, I think this is actually very good casting, but I think the one you'd have to go to ask, is this appropriate, would be Pierre Robert. So I'm curious as to what he would think of this.
Yeah. So Hill will be co-producing the film for Apple TV. The movie, which does not yet have a title, is being made with the permission of the band and the group's management, although the film will be Scorsese's first musical biopic. He has a history with the Dead, having been an executive producer in the 2017 documentary Long Strange Trip. And he's also done docs about George Harrison, Bob Dylan, and of course he did The Last Waltz
Which
about
is
the band.
one of the greatest concert movies ever made.
I did see a funny tweet about this. It says that, Jonah Hill's going to play this, Martin Scorsese's going to direct, but Martin Hill's still open it up with a Rolling Stones song. I'm okay with this casting. The thing about Jerry is that he was a gentle soul.
Yeah.
And I hope that Jonah can tap into that.
Think so.
And then I'm really interested to see who they pick for the other bandmates.
Who's playing McLovin?
McLovin. No, but like one name that I saw out there for Weir would have been like Bill Hader. I'm like, okay, I like that one.
All
How
right.
about Chris Hemsworth?
Could you imagine?
It'd be funny if he meets like John Mayer as a baby.
Oh, my God.
Case, did you ask Mickey Hart about Long Strange Trip when he was in studio?
I don't remember.
I think you did, and he hated it. If I'm remembering correctly,
really?
I think you brought it up in the interview, and he trashed it a little bit because he thought it was an inaccurate representation of the band.
But
And-
it's a documentary.
yeah, and
Well,
you,
It's a
documentaries-
really long, in-depth documentary.
and you were
as
raving about
well,
it, but
yeah.
I don't think he cared for it
It's
at all.
funny because I never finished it.
Okay.
Yeah. It was just so long, and then I had forgotten about it.
So here's a perfect example. We've been talking about Let It Be, the documentary film, which paints an entirely different picture from what we're learning in the new Peter Jackson film.
Right. Get back.
Of that same time period. So a documentary can have an
Get it
angle to
wrong.
it.
Totally.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So Jonah Hill in that role should be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm excited. Sort of.
Miramax is suing Quentin Tarantino over plans to release non-fungible tokens or NFTs based on Pulp Fiction.
This whole non-fungible tokens thing is like, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around it.
I know. I
mean, I
it's-
can play with my Batman figures.
Right,
Yeah.
but can you play with a digital representation of that?
No.
I don't know. Tarantino announced plans earlier this month to release 7 NFTs based on the film, including scenes from an early script that were cut from the final version. The NFTs will also contain Pulp Fiction art and commentary from Tarantino himself. Miramax says that it sent a cease and desist letter to the director after the announcement to no avail. The studio claims that it is in discussions about forging NFT partnerships based on its library of films and that Tarantino's agreement devalues those efforts.
I can see that. Let me ask you, because I was having this discussion the other day, and the answer I gave to the person sort of shocked them. Your favorite Tarantino film of all time?
It depends. I think the one that I get the most enjoyment out of is probably Inglourious Bastards. Yeah.
Okay.
Really?
I mean, Pulp Fiction is the one that was like, whoa, what was that?
Yeah.
And this is a whole different way of doing cinema.
I hear you.
Watching
No.
movies. And I think that one to me is most impactful. But the one I like going back to and watching and the scenes and I get a kick out of is probably Inglourious Bastards. And then this will surprise you. Probably my second favorite, Django Unchained.
Really?
I love that movie.
My
love
first
that movie.
favorite of all time, of all the Quentin Tarantino, and this is what got the reaction, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I figured you'd
love
say that.
that movie.
Yeah, I'd probably put that in third for me.
Yeah.
But I really I like.
Margarita.
But I like Django a lot.
It's a good movie.
They're
Yeah.
all good. I mean, he has,
Only the Hateful Eight.
I like the Hateful Eight. It's just, listen, it's classic long take, conversation, Quentin Tarantino, but he hasn't missed, right?
No,
He hasn't
there
missed.
hasn't been a
Even
disaster.
Jackie Brown,
Yeah.
is, I think,
Well, if you understand what Jackie Brown is, which is that homage to the out of the 70s, what they used to call blaxploitation films.
Yep. Yep.
And it's tonally like spot on.
It's funny. Nick Murphy will have a freaking heart attack when I say this because now that that I know the movies and I've seen them enough times,
Right.
There are really, like in Django, there are really long, sweeping musical moments where it's just a setup to the tone
Right.
of a transition maybe, and I can fast forward through those now because I know exactly. I don't have to deal with that now, and that's going to take about a half hour off the movie.
That would
for
kill
me.
in 2001, that monkey part in the beginning. I just
Yeah, well, you know what happens. You know what happens. Let's get to the dialogue. Let's get to the interaction, man.
Where are the pictures?
Yeah. All right. So they're trying to stop him from doing that. And then let me see one more thing. I thought this was kind of neat. LeVar Burton has found a new game show that he'd like to host. Burton has teamed up with E1 to develop a TV game show adaptation of the classic board game Trivial Pursuit.
Okay, so I enjoyed seeing him on Jeopardy, but I don't think he was very good as a host.
I don't
But
think he was right for Jeopardy.
In the right show, I think he'd be really fun.
Yeah, he will host and executive produce the project via his LeVar Burton Entertainment banner. Comes after he hosted Jeopardy, of course. And no broadcaster is currently attached to this. Trivial Pursuit has become a television show before.
Yes.
Freeform precursor, The Family Channel, ran a series hosted by Wink Martindale in 1993 that was loosely based on the game, while a syndicated version, Trivial Pursuit America Plays, ran in 2008 and 2009. But they're gonna make a run at this again.
We should send over a proposal to LeVar Burton to create a TV show based on Preston Elliott's rock trivia game that no one would play.
Yes, please.
How did he do on Jeopardy?
He was
in your opinion?
serviceable.
Yeah.
I honestly feel he was nervous. And I think that because there was such a weight placed on the fan effort to get him on that hosting position.
And his own effort.
I just think it sort of overwhelmed him.
I agree.
I don't think he had the proper warmth that you want from a host of that show. Now, he was great on Reading Rainbow with that type of thing. But I just think this particular format doesn't suit his personality.
And I think what was happening is he was so concerned with servicing all of the mechanics of the show that part of him that you really wanted to see never really made it through.
Yeah.
And he should have won the visor.
It is. Wouldn't that be great? Where's Geordie LaForge visor? It's Friday. That means there are movies to talk about. All right, we'll begin with this one. Ghostbusters Afterlife, comedy, fantasy with Paul Rudd, Finn Wolfhard, and Bill Murray, to name a few. When a single mother and her 2 children move to a new town, they soon discover that they have a connection to the original Ghostbusters and the secret legacy their grandfather left behind. It is 2 hours, 4 minutes long, rated PG-13. Released in theaters only. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 63%.
Got this text message from Craig Legans on Monday evening after he saw it. He says, saw Ghostbusters Afterlife last night. I can't say this word. Effing awesome. The greatest Easter egg hunt movie in movie history.
Wow.
Haven't cried at the end of a movie like this since Endgame. Grade A, 2 thumbs up.
Wow.
That's what
I
Craig
would
Legans
trust
says.
Craig's opinion.
I do.
All right, also opening this weekend is King Richard. It is a biography and drama. It stars Will Smith, John Barenthal, and Sania Sidney. The plot is, armed with a clear vision and a brazen 78-page plan, Richard Williams is determined to write his daughters, Venus and Serena, into history. Training on Compton, California's neglected tennis courts, rain or shine, the girls are shaped by their father's unyielding commitment and their mother's balanced perspective and keen intuition, defying the seemingly insurmountable odds and prevailing expectations laid before them. Wow.
Yeah.
Running time is 2 hours and 26 minutes long. Rated PG-13. In theaters and streaming today. 93% score so far.
Good score. You know, I wonder, again, in this case with this guy and, say, Tiger Woods, his father, you can't argue with the results. But I wonder,
at what cost?
At what cost?
I know.
Well, so you always heard negative things about Tiger Woods' dad, but I never heard it about Vina and Serena's father.
I don't know.
Or was it just never?
I haven't heard much about Venus and Serena's dad. This will be my first dive into that. Vina
and Serena's.
Serena's.
Sorry, it was funny.
All right.
It's like Ert and Bernie.
No, it's Bernie and Ert.
Friday. Serena's.
Serena.
Serena's is taking the court, playing against Bert.
What?
It's Ert.
Correction, Ert.
But Vina is playing Bernie
Vina is on court 2
with Bernie.
with Bernie.
Big stubbles. With a puppet.
Also opening this weekend is Tick, Tick, Boom, a musical biography, and it stars Andrew Garfield, Alexandra Shipp, and Bradley Whitford. An adaptation of the autobiographical music by Jonathan Larson, who revolutionized theater as the creator of Rent. And the film follows John, a young theater composer who's waiting tables at a New York City diner in 1990 while waiting what he hopes will be for the next great American musical. It is rated, it's an hour and 55 minutes long. It's rated PG-13. It's in theaters and streaming today. And Rotten Tomatoes score is 86%, so that's a solid one, too.
First thing my daughter texted to me this morning, Dad, we are watching this tonight.
Yeah, you know what? It's probably something that we will watch as well this weekend.
I'm very, likewise, because I am a big fan of Rent. I know, Preston, it's your absolute favorite. Lin-Manuel Miranda, this is his directorial debut for a movie.
You're going to see Andrew Garfield like you've never seen him before.
In a Spider-Man costume.
No, we saw that before.
Oh, okay.
Hey, what streaming service? Anybody know?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think Netflix.
Track that down. All right, we also have clips for you this
Yeah,
morning.
Netflix, Preston.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
The magic of Encanto blessed every child in the Madrigal's family, except, you can tell I read this cold, except Maribel, who may be the last hope to save magic power in Encanto. In this clip, director Byron Howard talks about why they chose Colombia as the movie setting.
I want to know that.
Things seem to kind of keep pointing back to Colombia, not only because it is this cross-section, this crossroads of culture and music and wonderful ethnicity and diversity, but also because it was the birthplace of magical realism, that kind of heightened storytelling to inspire Encanto in the way we're talking about this family and family roles. So it felt very organic.
Is there some of the, just improv that you have been become to known as? So this is an animated film.
Yes. Actually, the coming attractions do look really good for this.
It's in theaters next Wednesday. You know, an animated movie we watched a few months ago that I had never seen before that I really, really liked was a movie called The Book of Life. Did you guys ever see that?
No, I didn't.
Wait, hang on. Is that... what's
it
the
takes
one?
place in Mexico, and
It's not the one where the kid goes into the afterlife.
No, that's Coco, but it's similar. It's similar themes.
It is.
And I was really surprised at how much I really liked that, and I'd never heard of it. I mean, like you pretty much know all the really great animated movies that come out, but this one I recommend if you haven't seen it yet. It's called The Book of Life.
Very nice.
Came out in Nick. Does it say?
2014.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I was not aware of that. No one made me aware of that.
I thought I made aware.
All right, let's do the next clip. Hey! Richard Williams is determined to write his two daughters into history by shaping their unyielding commitment and keen intuition in King Richard. And in this clip, Will Smith talks about why he took on the role of Richard Williams.
There was an interview that Venus was doing, and it's a famous interview where Richard Williams snaps on the reporter. And when the opportunity to be a part of this came up, that was the first thing that I remembered. I knew I wanted to show a father protecting a daughter like that.
Richard.
King Richard, the story of Vina and Serenus is out today. And we have a screening of that, actually. Are these
Fandango.
Fandango passes. All right, cool. And also a $50 gift card for Venus Williams sports clothing brand 11. So let's take callers 7 and 8, and we'll set you up with those. 215-263 WMMR, and you will get a Fandango pass to see King Richard and that $50 gift card for 11. 11, which is Venus... or Vina's sports clothing brand.
What is it again?
Vina and Serenus.
Yeah, it's Serenus' favorite number, but
it's Vina's brand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, and there you go. That's what I have in the entertainment report this morning. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. John Heffron, who's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow night, is going to be checking in with us. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. Zombie raccoon.
Preston.
That's my thing.
Yes.
That clumsily walk on two legs and show their teeth are staggering around suburban Chicago, and authorities are warning locals to hide their pets. A spike in raccoons testing positive for distemper in Riverside, Illinois, is to blame for the bizarre sightings of contaminated animals that the disease causes to appear zombie-like. While zombie raccoons don't eat brains, distemper is highly contagious. If you're feeding wildlife and that raccoon ate out of your bowl or cat food for your stray cats and your puppy goes over, the saliva can be contagious.
They sent in a Negan raccoon to take care of everything.
Well. Looks like we got ourselves a problem in Chi-Town. Leaning back high. Looks like we got some trouble. Some trouble in Chi-Town. Going deep dish on this bitch.
It's got a little leather jacket he wears. Yeah.
Leaning back way far. Ooh, hey. In the home of Oprah.
There we go. We had mentioned this earlier this morning, but it's definitely worth bringing up. The restaurant named Cadence, which is a BYOB on Girard Avenue, was named the best new restaurant by Food and Wine.
That's a super well respected journal in the world of the culinary happenings.
Yeah.
And so this is a big honor.
But in the order, you have Cadence is number 1 in Austin, Texas. Suerte. Frenchette in New York. Conby in Los Angeles. Kumiko in Chicago. These are all one-word names.
Manny's Chili Dogs.
Ah, that's on there. No, Pat's Chili Dogs.
Pat's Chili Dogs.
Yes.
Dogs.
Definitely the best theme.
Yeah.
Voted number 1 in Food and Wine magazine. Yeah, baby.
That was from the band Cinderella when they were big in the area. They did
Hi, we're Warren. When we're in town, we want some good chili dogs. We always read through Food and Wine magazine and see who won.
They did a commercial for Pat's Dogs.
Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs. Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs.
That building is now a We Buy Gold.
Oh, is it really?
We buy gold. Gold for sale. No more chili dogs. I'm not going west. Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs. Pat's Dogs. Next step, selling blood.
Yeah. So number 6 on this list is Ada, which is Ada Indian Canteen.
Ooh, I love canteens. When you go in that, you need water.
Fox and the Knife in Boston.
Boston sucks.
Hey, we beat Boston.
Yeah.
Love me some good Fox.
There you go.
Suck at Boston.
How's the Fox at this place?
Indigo in Houston. Nightshade in Los Angeles. And in New Orleans, a place called Piece of Meat.
There you go. You know, it's I think one of the most difficult parts of a restaurant would be a name that means something and pops to people.
Yeah.
You know, like Pat's Chili Dogs.
Right. That's...
Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs. Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the name will only get you so far, but it is an added bonus. Answer the phone, by the way. Thank you very much. I don't know. If you had a restaurant, what would you name it?
I'd name it Answer the Phone.
Yeah, thank you.
Because
I'm sorry. I'm tired of waving my arms.
Yeah.
It's been happening
You
the
lose
last few
business.
days, and I'm just going to say answer the phone.
Answer the goddamn phone.
Yeah, answer. In fact, I'll say it that way.
Yeah.
That should be the name of the restaurant.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn phone. Great food. Answer the goddamn phone. Open all night.
We knew we were going to have one gentleman for sure that was coming in. We have 2 here this morning. This is a momentous occasion.
Call it an honor.
I'd have to say because he is the best-looking 60-year-old man I've ever seen in my life. It's his birthday today.
Yes.
So we first want to welcome our friend Sean Wayans, who's been here on many occasions. And his brother, Keenan Ivory Wayans, is here celebrating his birthday today.
Hello, this is how you do it.
This is how you do it, man. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, now all the women in my family are going to kill you because you said my age. And they all lie about theirs.
You were working as a stand-up when you met Robert Townsend, correct?
Yeah, well, when I met Robert and Eddie and all of us, we all started out at the same time and in the club in New York at the Improv.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how we, started working together.
And you I believe, if the legend is correct, that you are one of the writers or co-writers on Raw, correct?
Yeah, on Raw, I worked on that with Eddie. I also produced it, and Robert directed it.
I remember that day.
Oh, there was a picture. Put the picture back
there.
up. Yeah.
I was back there with you guys, right? And I was slapboxing with Eddie, and I almost hit him, and then security grabbed me and was like, all right. All right, Junior, you about to mess up this money. Go sit your ass down.
Wow.
So that's cool. But all you guys have had such a massive effect on comedy and a type of comedy that I love. We all love. That is, you helped usher it in. Eddie Murphy did as well.
What happened in my career was I started out, sort of by myself.
Yeah.
And then as my family started getting into the business, I kind of realized that it was either going to be all of us or one. So I decided to make it about all of us. So I kind of stepped away from acting and started to
cultivate.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and Sean, we were talking earlier about how you were first on the show as the DJ.
Yeah.
And you'd already been doing comedy. You're doing stuff like that. But so from your point, Keenan, as you're seeing family member after family member, I want to do this. I want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a double-edged sword, or what do you first say to them when they come to you and they say you as sort of the default patriarch? I want to do this.
He nurtured us.
Yeah.
My thing with them was as long as you're willing to work. I always wanted them to know that it wasn't easy, and I would give them small opportunities in the beginning. I never gave anyone a starring role who wasn't ready, and like I said, I made sure that they all put in their work, and it is the fact that they're where they are in their careers now is testament to the fact that they came in the right way.
Did anybody ever get mad at you saying, "Hey, I'm ready for my starring role"?
Always.
Always.
When Damon first started,
I was the DJ, man.
And you were a damn good DJ.
I could play sketches too and scratch.
Hey, the guy right behind you is really talented.
Well, when Damon first started, I told him, I said, "Give yourself 10 years." Yeah. And he looked at me like I was insane, and he was like, "It's gonna take me 10 years." Well, 10 years later, he was ready.
We say the same. I tell like the interns and people who are coming up in the radio business, and now we've been, it's the 20th anniversary of the show, and I say, trust me, if you were to jump 5 years into the future and look back, you wouldn't believe where you were or how things have changed. Yeah. So that's very sage advice. But when you're young and hungry, it's hard to perceive that.
It is, and the thing is, youth is something that people think everything is supposed to happen when you're young.
Right.
And they're disappointed if it doesn't, because youth is when, you make the money, you chase the girls, you do. And that's the experience that everybody wants, as opposed to being great at what you do. Yeah. And being great at what you do takes a lot more time than that. And sometimes, youth passes you by. And I tell people all the time, if your goal is to be a CEO of a company, it doesn't matter if it happens at 20 or 60.
Yeah.
You still accomplish your goal.
Yeah. All right. So you have to be a really good talent scout, right? So within Living Color, were you the sole decision maker as far as who was on the cast and who wasn't?
Yeah.
All right, so it was because you did an amazing job with that, and you did, look at all of the people that came out of there.
Well, they were all people that I knew.
That you knew.
Right? So we were all in the clubs together. Okay. So when I got an opportunity, it was like, who's the funniest guys I know? Like, it wasn't really like a hard thing to do, because I knew they were funny.
You were working with people like Jim Carrey and then all those guys were paying their dues.
And he knew what to do with them.
Right. Yeah. But that's a key. That is a gift. There's Lorne Michaels has that that ability, and also who's going to synergize well with each other.
But you also, your show aired at 8:00 on Sunday, and so you had a younger audience in myself.
Right.
And I mean, I loved it. You know what I mean? Like Ace Ventura came out, I was like all over that. And
it got moved to 8. Started at 9.
Did it start at 9?
Yeah.
What did Parker Lewis Can't Lose? Was that your lead?
The Ferris Bueller ripoff?
I love that show too.
Fox wanted to make it an anchor show.
Okay.
So they moved us to 8.
Okay. Did they initially, or because when it first really, because it kind of hit the ground running, if my memory was, and did they go, whoa? we need to bump this up.
Yeah, well, initially they were very afraid of the show.
Yeah.
Period. Like they had no idea
They were afraid.
what was going to happen. But
Right.
once the show was successful, then it was like every network strategy is going to be how many other shows can we launch?
Right.
So, they ended up moving us.
In this day and age of reboots, we're seeing TV shows rebooted.
Constantly.
What's the likelihood? We don't have a good sketch show. SNL's the only thing going right now, as far as I know.
I think there's absolutely a new generation.
Yeah.
So it would just. I don't think that the guys from the past would
step forward.
Yeah, want to do that again. But there's absolutely a new generation out there, and it would be fun.
Yeah.
We're in a time now where I think a show like In Living Color is needed, but at the same time, it's the sensitivity.
Can you do it?
Yeah.
No,
can
that's
you
a
do
good
it?
question. We were wondering
Big
about.
coupon.
Coupon.
You say coupons?
Coupon. Yeah.
Q, like the letter Q.
It's like nuclear or nuclear.
Right.
Yeah.
Or Lancaster or Lancaster.
No,
Yes.
those are different.
Yeah.
Okay.
And no, because I have gotten corrected on that one.
But
It's like-
Lancaster,
it's
yes.
Lancaster Avenue, but Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Oh, see, now I did not know
Yes.
that. Okay. I pronounce them both Lancaster.
Like Newark and Newark.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
All right. It is Friday. We are looming upon a wonderful holiday next week of Thanksgiving. So I think we need to talk about food in the form of the Connoisseur.
It's time to whip out your Connoisseur. Who we're going to let off the hook today. You won't have to wear your hat.
Oh, thank you. I like the habit, just not over my headphones.
And gives you headaches.
Yeah. So if you thought that the charcuterie board trend was on the way out, think again. For Thanksgiving, there's a new one. Pie boards.
So I
are
saw
expected
this.
to take over.
To me, that's kind of like just a pie sampler.
Yeah.
I think there is a certain thing with the cheese and meats charcuterie board, which is kind of what it really means to me. So, but I don't know. What do you guys think?
Oh, I love the idea. But
It would be huge, though, wouldn't it?
It's difficult. What's that?
You just doing little.
Yeah, you do miniature ones.
Okay.
Yeah, you do miniature pies, little single serving pies, and you make a whole ton of them. It'd be a pain in the butt as far as making
Baking
those goes.
Yeah, this is just like a dessert spread.
Yeah.
Yes, but I mean, you put it together. Do you normally do a dessert spread? Usually, desserts are like one person brings a dessert. This is one person has created a whole pie board.
Yeah, it's a crap load of work.
upon
You're right.
upon themselves.
I would do this, but just like pre-slice the pie into like tiny little slivers.
No, that's what he's.
Because
Yeah,
like that's how
you
I
can do
eat.
that.
That's how I eat pumpkin pie on Thanksgiving. I just keep cutting tiny little slivers.
you don't eat the whole pie at once.
Well, until I pretty much ate like 2 slices and haven't realized it. But like, it's really hard to do with an apple pie because you need like a good chunk of apple pie.
But like, it's all about the presentation, though. Right? So
I think that's what they're going for.
And so if you are going about presentation, then you need to have the smaller pies. I'm not doing that.
Do you know
I'll buy it.
When Manna would come in here and bring the samples, like little cubes, basically that they would.
they cut
would-
those up.
right?
Yeah.
And
Right.
so to me, that would make sense to do it that way.
Well, this is not what that is. So here's the deal. It says the very do-it-yourself dessert without being too overwhelming. It says to make one, just bake a few different kinds of cutely decorated miniature pies.
Oh, just do that.
And arrange them on a large board with bowls of whipped cream and caramel and fill out the presentation with apple slices and grapes.
And ranch dressing.
That's what they're saying is going to be kind of a new trend
All right.
for Thanksgiving.
I agree with you, though. I think that's far more work. No, lest we not forget, you baked your last charcuterie boards.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want, I mean, if this is your thing, then that's what you're bringing to the party.
Yeah.
Then that's all you have to focus
Here's
on.
the deal.
is
It's
doing
unnecessary, but if you're all about gramming your stuff, then go ahead and knock yourself out and do this.
So here's what I say, Case, to that. I say I like the trend like Harvest does with the little desserts, like a sampler of desserts, and that's almost in line with this.
But those are in cups,
right?
and
Those
not-
are pies, basically, many of them,
Right.
And so you have that. So I could see that. That's kind of that's an eye opener for people, but it does require an S-load of work.
Yeah, and you mentioned manna, and today is the last day to order your manna pies.
Yes.
So that's at mannapie.org.
All right.
All right. Other things. How about this? How about some booze?
Oh.
Okay.
Bird.
Now you're talking.
Bird of courage.
Right, Steve? Woo! You left me hanging.
Bird of Courage is a roasted turkey-flavored whiskey. Small batch release from Tamworth Distilling, the New Hampshire distillery founded by Philadelphia marketing provocateur Stephen Grass. Or Grassi, I'm not sure how you say his name. Grass or Grassy or whatever his name is.
What's your name?
Who in 1989 launched the Center City ad agency, now called Quaker City Mercantile, has spent his recent years growing spirits-focused lifestyle brand Art in the Age. That's what it's called, Art in the Age. The rural New England distillery has developed a reputation for spinning out tiny batches of high-concept products. In 2018, they had beaver butt whiskey, and then they had a venison-flavored whiskey as well. So it's these novelty things to try and get you to purchase them.
Any interest on your side from us?
Well, a review. Marissa sent me this article. I'm not sure what publication it was from.
I think it was from Billy Penn.
Okay, well, the reviewer wrote that it's actually not something to be overlooked, that it's actually really, really good. And in fact, he or she said there's a rich array of aroma, including hints of dried fruit. On the first taste, I caught a passing hint of what is meant to be turkey, farm-raised near the distillery, though there's only so much flavor that comes through at this high proof. But the roasted turkey label seems to be more marketing than a defining characteristic. The taste I found most present was cranberry, still subtle but tangy and autumnal.
Will you sit down for a glass of whiskey now and then?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, quite very much so.
Preston, I want to take you to Art in the Age. It's in Old City. It's right on 3rd Street. You would have a trip. Like, the first time I walked into that place, I was like, oh, if I need to buy Preston a gift, I'm buying it here. Like, they have all the little whiskey accessories, if you will. And it's just a great little cocktail bar. It's really cool.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah, I would try this. I don't know if I would buy a bottle, but have you ever tried, Preston, the peanut butter whiskey?
No.
Oh, Screwball.
Screwball, yeah. And there's actually a few different varieties of it. And it's one of those things where you hear peanut butter and whiskey and you think that that's going to be gross. And then you try it and there's a weird little sweetness to it. It smells, when you open the bottle, like you would think it would smell, peanut butter combined with whiskey. But believe it or not, it's like it's kind of there's something appealing about it.
Do you think you would prefer chunky whiskey or smooth?
I've always been a chunky
You got to go
fan.
smooth. Yeah.
I have sampled things that are like maple whiskey and apple and some of these other things and it's and honey. You know, it's really novelty to me. It kind of kills that whole bourbon whiskey taste that I'm looking for.
You try it and then you kind of move on.
Yeah. And like buying an entire bottle of something like that seems like a bit of a waste to me. Having a cocktail or something like that, sure, rock on. But getting a whole bottle of that, I'm like, it's not what I'm looking for.
Would they frown on you at the liquor store, popping the cap off and taking a quick swig while you're walking around?
I've never tried it.
If it's
never tried it.
You know, or they should put out little spoons like they do at the ice cream place.
So, by the way, this is distilled with a mash bill of 81% corn, 12% rye, 7% malted barley. Just 500 bottles of the spirit were bottled at Kensington's New Liberty Distillery. So
I love that this whole culture is here, from the spirits and the breweries and all that stuff. That's you know, it gives such character to the area.
Do you know, I just learned last night, you know Jacquin's that makes like blueberry or blackberry flavored brandy? Like if you see the label, you'll know. It's in Kensington.
Oh, I didn't know
Fishtown.
that.
It's been for like as long as it's been around.
Huh.
Yeah, it's made right here.
Yeah, it's a pretty iconic looking label. The word, you know, the name,
Yeah,
like you
it's like
said.
a goldish label. With
When
the
I'm
red
looking for fine spirits.
Very much.
It don't matter.
So if you're looking for something to add,
I drink coolant
to the whole. If you're looking for something to add to the whole theme of Thanksgiving that is booze related, then you want to check out Bird of Courage.
Preston, that should be that sound, and should be like Gary. That should be like the MTM or the MGM Lion.
Yeah,
when you get
the vanity card at the end.
Oh.
Sit, Ubu.
Oh God.
Sit, Gary, sit.
Oh, my God.
All right. Let me see. What else I have here? A connoisseur for you on a Friday, right on the edge of Thanksgiving. I don't know if we'll have one next Wednesday or not, so I want to go ahead and get some of these Thanksgiving stories out into the open. So sales of canned cranberry sauce have increased 32% over the past 2 years. And last year, Instacart reports that it delivered so much cranberry sauce. This is the stuff in the can, okay?
Yeah.
that if you stacked the cans, it would equal almost 1,200 statues of liberty.
Jesus.
Instacart's
Mashed potatoes, gravy, and cranberry sauce. Woo!
Instacart's trends expert, Laurenita Reminiak, explains that there are different reasons why consumers may prefer canned cranberry sauce, including tradition, flavor, nostalgia, texture, convenience, or the fact that it can be served on a dish in the shape of a can, which adds an element of levity to the meal.
I'll tell you one thing that you realize, and like Marissa, you make some killer cranberry sauce. They really jack up the sweetness. They do something. I refuse.
Yeah, here you go. So, registered dietitian Whitney Linsmeyer notes that canned cranberry sauce tends to be high in added sugar, but also notes that Thanksgiving isn't the time to worry about eating too much sugar, saying, I say we'd eat whatever version you enjoy for Thanksgiving. Just go for it. All
right.
It's your day to really have at it.
I feel like it's on the table. You buy the can because nobody actually eats it.
I don't know what
you
mean.
Like, it just kind of sits there. You put the can out and somebody kind of carves off a little piece of it. All I want to say is make your own cranberry sauce this year. It is the easiest thing to make.
Oh, it is.
You would be surprised. All you have to do is put cranberries, let them boil with some brown sugar and some orange.
Yep.
It is so easy to make.
I agree, but she's saying that part of this, Marissa, is that it's an element of levity to the meal because it's in the shape of the can. It's just the thing that was done for years and years and years. People laugh.
See, they're laughing. They love it.
Yeah. So, if you want a sense of levity,
look at that!
Yeah, look at that thing.
Cranberries! It's funny.
All right. So, but apparently, it's in the past 2 years, it's gained. The sales have been going up in the past couple of years.
So we have two investment tips on the show: velour and cranberry sauce.
Yeah, go for it. All right. So, Zippia. I don't know what Zippia is, but they did some research and they found the Thanksgiving sides that are the favorite of each state.
I'm interested in this.
Here's the problem. Okay, so it was one of these things.
Oh,
no. Well, no. It was just one of those. It wasn't a clear list of
Slideshow.
all the states. Nick, see if you can look this up.
I hate when they do this.
And find a better way to look at what states have their favorite side dishes, because when you have these slideshows, it takes forever, and then Pennsylvania's way down on the list. It takes a long time. All right, he found it.
And also, Pennsylvania is like it's a weird state where not everybody's the same. You know what I mean? Like
it's a very large state.
It's a large state, and we live in this metropolitan area in the southeast corner, and then you have all of these rural areas. Like, what state would you say out there is? What? What's so funny?
Just a setup, right?
The setup, yeah.
What state is the entire population exactly the same?
Is mostly the same.
Okay.
Because I'm looking how big Texas is, right?
Listen,
I'm
a smaller state, but just by Preston's right. By sheer size, you're going to have a wider variation in your population, right?
Look at the size of Texas, and I would say,
yeah.
Look at the size of it.
Look at the size of that state. Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're talking about food, not people. Go ahead, Preston.
No, I get you. Have to finish. You have to finish.
Oh, I'm done.
Look at Texas.
I'm done.
Look at the size of Texas.
Look at the size of Texas. And I would say, if you go all the way up to the northwest corner of Texas, all the way down to the southeast corner of Texas, they're like probably
the same.
So I don't know.
Not at all.
No.
Texas, there's a lot of variety. I mean, if you're going along the Rio Grande, it's a lot more Hispanic.
Texarkana, that area.
Right.
So
the Panhandle.
What they're doing here, though, is they're saying what is the favorite percentage-wise. They're not saying the entire state adores this particular side.
Right. No, I know that.
Right, yeah.
I'm aware. But we would think one thing here in this general area, but the people of Erie and Harrisburg and Pennsylvania and they would maybe
just use their hands when they eat.
Probably. Why are you making this so difficult for me?
I know what you're saying.
You're making it difficult for you.
I think the overall question, though, is which state is the most homogenous, right? Is that what you're sort of asking?
Oh, what's homogenous mean?
Same. So let's ask you again. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
In other words,
a good question.
Any of these surveys, any of these things like this, Casey, it's fun to toy around with, but there's no hard and fast rule here.
Delaware's teeny tiny. Do you think everybody's the same there?
Yes.
Okay.
They like ambrosia and nothing but.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, here we go. So, what would you guys think is the most loved side dish amongst the states?
Stuffing.
Anybody else?
Of the whole of all of the states?
Yeah. Like what?
Yeah.
How many states have the most in common as far as side dishes go?
Probably stuffing and mashed potatoes, right?
Okay, mashed potatoes is the top.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mashed potatoes,
Yeah.
gravy, and cranberry sauce. Woo!
And it's actually kind of the least favorite on my plate.
Wow. Oh my God, you haven't had my mashed potatoes.
Yes, I have.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Last year, I had Thanksgiving dinner with you and your whole family.
How do you make them?
With everything. So I'll put and it's all eyeballing it. You just throw in butter, obviously a little bit of milk, sour cream, cream cheese, Parmesan cheese.
You get a full-bodied mashed potato out of that.
Little bit of
you gotta have that.
garlic, salt and pepper, and that's it. But as much cheesiness as you can put. If you got some Asiago, throw it in there. If you got some Gruyere, put it in there. Just lots of good cheesy goodness.
What I don't like is, remember the way the your elementary school would make mashed potatoes? It was basically like congealed steam. There was no taste. It was just a puff. And they would use an ice cream scooper to put it on your plate.
Most likely, yeah, you're right. Yeah, and a lot of times they use
like a powder.
a
mix.
powder,
Yeah.
So, all right. So anyhow, by state, here we go. We got this printout. Thank you, Marissa.
This just in
Pennsylvania, stuffing is the favorite side
Hey,
dish.
That's my
I
jam.
called it.
In New Jersey, stuffed mushrooms.
Wait, I'm surprised stuffing because in like the middle of the state they call stuffing dressing.
Yeah, but I think they're just
It's all overall. Got it.
growing up as a kid. My mom and dad called it dressing as well.
And it's different. It's more like mashed potatoes.
No, it was exactly the same as stuffing.
Oh,
In fact,
okay.
we'd get stovetop stuffing and call it dressing.
Oh, really?
Okay.
But I don't know. It might be different elsewhere. In some stuffings are served like kind of dry. Like I remember when we were in Ireland, I got some there, and it was like sand.
Preston,
Really.
my mother-in-law, and God rest her soul, sweetheart, loved her to death. But they would all rave on this stuffing. You gotta have her stuffing.
Yeah.
And I sat down. I remember the first time, it reminded me of that clip. You eat sand,
Right. Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my God, this
Is she Irish?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. That's probably
There,
what it
yeah.
is. All right, so also around our area in Delaware, it's cauliflower mashed potatoes. Or
Cauliflower.
Mashed potatoes.
it just says cauliflower mashed potatoes. I think it means mashed cauliflower. Which you
Interesting.
I'm down with that.
Yeah.
As
I've had it.
potatoes.
Boil them, mash them, and then I guess you can also stick them in a stew.
So yeah, these are all over the place.
Look at
There's-
Montana. That's not a side to me. You see what that is?
hang on a second
sand.
here.
No.
Are you just challenging everyone to see if they can pick out Montana on this map?
No.
Like,
Rolls?
Turkey gravy is not a side. Turkey gravy is like.
Oh yeah, I see that.
No, that is not a side. Who would say?
Just give me some turkey.
Just give me some turkey gravy.
Right.
It's a condiment.
That's like saying
Exactly.
mayonnaise is a side.
Right. Yeah. What
No.
the hell? What's up, Montana?
I don't believe this list. I'm looking at these things.
No, it's
Baked
like,
potato in Oklahoma. Baked
Potato?
Baked potato? No, I don't think so.
Get out.
Wisconsin is a charcuterie tray.
Yeah, none of this
But
stuff makes
they
much
got to
sense.
promote the cheese.
Kentucky and Tennessee are something I've not heard of before. A hash brown casserole.
Oh, Casey.
Oh,
yes, all right.
That is something that was introduced to us last year and is going to be on our Thanksgiving
No
Day
kidding.
Hash
table
brown
this year.
casserole rocks.
Go ahead, Preston. Talk about
We
it.
introduced Casey to
Oh,
that.
did you? Yeah.
It's fantastic.
All right. Is it a
so-
southern dish?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So hash browns, sour cream, cheddar cheese, cornflakes, or no, I'm sorry, crunched up potato chips on top of it. And then, you can flavor
Lucky
it
Charms.
with a few different things if you want to use like, garlic salt and stuff like that.
Okay.
You can do that. But
I will try this.
Looks like they're using potato chips in this one. Preston.
that's why I said, crunch up potato chips.
Oh, wow.
Go on the top. It's kind of a crust.
Potatoes.
Gives it a crunchy texture, Steve. You would like that.
I would like that.
Yeah, so.
I'm a fan of crunch.
All right. Anyhow, what else I have here for you besides that?
I'm getting hungry. Connoisseur always makes me hungry.
All right, so this is a word pronunciation, and I bring this up because I mentioned something the other day on the air, and Casey kind of backed me up on it. But the nut, and I'm not going to say it, that is spelled P-E-C-A-N.
Right.
How do you pronounce it?
Pecan.
Everyone else?
Pecan.
Pecan.
You say pecan, pecan.
Pecan, yeah.
Pecan.
Pecan, I say pecan. All right. According to a ongoing online poll at YouGov, it revealed that the answer to the question, 51% say pecan, 37% say pecan, 8% have another pronunciation. I don't even know what it is, or 5% don't know.
And don't care.
I don't know. I've never heard of that before.
Even an option.
So it's,
that's the can I pee in.
Yeah, so pecan is the one that most people say, but pecan is second on that list. So
by the way,
I do like a really good pecan pie.
I was
Yummy.
just going to say that. If it's made right, excellent. If it's not made right, well, I guess that could be a whole true for anything.
Yeah, it's true.
That's my go-to on Thanksgiving.
Oh, really? That's your end of the meal?
No, so I have a pumpkin and a pecan at the table. And then I have to have apple just because it's there. I hate apple pie, but
I love apple pie.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. But and it wasn't until Manna came in and I tried it there. I was like, okay, this is kind of like my new favorite pie.
I love blueberry pie.
Ooh.
On Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Why not? Any kind of
I'm
pie.
just curious. Yeah, some seem more appropriate for Thanksgiving.
Apple
than others.
pie, I think, would be the class.
I guess
Pumpkin,
you're right.
pumpkin.
Like a coconut cream pie would not really fit.
Coconut cream pie.
With Thanksgiving.
Unless you love it.
Man, my mom used to make a chocolate pie.
Oh, yeah.
Chocolate pie.
I haven't had a chocolate
You had
pie
me at mom.
since I was a kid. That was so damn tasty. I need to do that again.
Do you like a good Boston cream pie?
Yeah.
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 Do you know what I love? My wife hates and I adore lemon meringue pie.
You love it?
Yes. She hates it.
I don't hate it. Same with key lime. Like I can have some of it, but it gets old really quick to me.
I think the thing, though, is what is the icing or that they put on top? That sort of
meringue.
Well, that's what I like.
On a lemon pie.
You can put meringue on a dead ferret.
Meringue's pretty damn tasty. You ever had baked Alaska?
Yes.
That's got meringue on it too.
Yeah.
That's
And I
really
had them.
yummy as well.
We were on a cruise to Alaska, and of course they're going to bring that.
With all the sparklers and everything, lighting it on fire.
Oh yeah.
Yep, exactly. All right, one more thing from the Connoisseur, and I think I'll go with this one. Now, even though this is not technically Thanksgiving, fruitcake is more for Christmas. So it's coming up.
But you probably need to be planning if you're going to be making it.
Well, or you could have planned a while ago because Antarctic conservators say they recently came upon a specimen that tests the limits of the treat. A 106-year-old fruitcake was found in one of Antarctica's first buildings.
So the temperature obviously kept it.
Yes.
Would it endure the same way in a normal refrigerator?
I'm going to guess probably not.
Right.
I would think there'd be some mold or something like that. But this particular cake is believed to have been brought over in 1910 during the Terra Nova expedition of Robert Falcon Scott. According to the Antarctic Heritage Trust, it has been documented that Scott took this particular brand of cake with him at the time. The Huntley and Palmer's fruitcake was wrapped in paper and housed in a tin-plated iron alloy tin.
It's amazing.
Which is showing signs of deterioration. However, the cake itself is, quote, well preserved, they said.
Now, this was 1910. When was the Shackelford expedition? Remember that one where the ship was crushed in the ice? And
I don't know what year that took place, yeah.
Because if they walked right by this...
Right.
I'm starving.
This was the first building in
right.
Antarctica, so
right.
I'm not sure. So according to the program manager, they said there was a very, very slight rancid butter smell to it. But other than that, the cake looked and smelled edible.
I smell rancid butter.
There is no doubt that the extreme cold in Antarctica has assisted its preservation. The century-old dessert was found with nearly 1,500 other artifacts from 2 huts at Cape Adair. So, yeah, that's apparently the oldest piece of
That's pretty amazing.
food that they
pretty
found there, and
amazing.
it's still, yeah.
There is a show that focuses in on discovered food, but the predominant amount of things they discover though they're preserved, are not edible.
You guys care for fruitcake at all?
No.
It's okay.
I don't like that sort of
spicy.
I don't like it. I don't like whatever the hell they put in the berries and all that crap. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Shackleton was 9 years too early, Steve. He was there in
God
1901.
damn
So,
it.
yeah, so
Could have gone better.
The fruitcake wasn't there yet.
Good news, fellas. I've discovered a house filled with cake.
They could have used the fruitcake to plug the hole in the ship.
That's true, yeah.
You know.
Multi-use.
You ever watch any documentary or anything on Shackelford? It's an amazing thing that that they pulled off what they were able to pull off. He basically went across a huge part of Antarctica to get help for his men, and he said, I'm going to get you out of here, and he did.
I've heard the story, but I've never seen any presentations on
Kenneth
it.
Branagh
That'd be cool.
was in one,
Okay.
which was obviously acted out, but it's an impressive story.
Nice.
And fruitcake could have saved the day.
Yeah, I've never had fruitcake. You had asked, and I was like, I just don't think I've ever had it.
Okay.
No, I don't. I know it's a punchline, and it's been a punchline for my entire life, but it's just never.
It's
been...
also been raised, Casey, because of that. To like a it's now has a kitschy element to it.
Right.
So there are people who are gourmets who will savor it, and different people endeavor to make a better fruitcake.
We should do a show some morning of things I've never had before.
Yeah.
And try those out in a connoisseur segment.
But I could see, Steve, what you're saying. Like, you take a chef who takes this and, I don't know, like deep fries it or something like that. And then,
right.
Because when I was in Scottsdale, I had it was basically, all it was like cornbread, but it was like fried up, and they threw some ice cream on it. And
cornbread begins so calorically intensive, but if you're going to go for it, go for it.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's all I have in the connoisseur this morning.
And the Connoisseur. Eat up, everybody.
Yeah. Want to take a break? We're going to have John Heffron on, who's going to be at Helium Comedy Club. He'll be joining us about 9 or so. We're going to come back. We're going to get the beef file. And can we get the Froggy song today?
Oh,
it's a Friday.
Yeah.
Froggy Friday.
Yeah.
It's a Froggy Friday. I want to do that. So it's a little Preston and Steve jingle they made for us. We'll come back in a second. Make sure you stay with us, all right?
About the... Preston and I were having a talk earlier about, the comedy club or the theater. When you guys are there, that's your realm, and all bets are off. You should be allowed. There's safe spaces for satire and comedy and thought provoking, whatever you want to do. That's your palette, and there's been hits on it lately.
It's the phone.
Yeah,
you see, because
absolutely
the people who are in the club, they paid to be there and they want to see it.
Yeah.
But people who are filming, now it's going to people who didn't want to see it.
You're right.
Then when they do see it, now they're pissed. It's never the people who are in.
That's why I didn't want to go. See that?
Well, speaking of that, even some rock bands have adopted no phone.
I don't think phones should
get
be
out
allowed.
of here.
I think you're there for the experience and enjoy the experience. And
well, Kevin Hart played the Link, the stadium here, and there was a no phone rule for that whole show. It can be done. It's a pain in the ass, but I mean, I would agree.
Yes, you lift a clip out, you lift a soundbite out of context, and people are going to go ape.
It's just crazy.
I heard somebody, I don't remember who the performer was, saying recently though that they, it's really easy to see from the stage when somebody does get on their phone. Have you guys noticed that? Like if you're up on stage, you can tell immediately.
If the light is on,
You can tell, but you just don't want to stop. You got to understand. You got people in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
You got momentum going,
right?
And you're thinking about your next thing, and you're trying to be physical, and you're trying to be in the moment, and then someone has their phone up. Do you stop your whole show to deal with this guy with his phone up, and then kill the people's?
No,
show?
you're right. So you're going to ruin it for other people. That makes total sense.
Sometimes you do, and you make him part of the show, and you destroy him for being the idiot.
Which is
pulling
also
his phone
good.
out. But
You channel your Richard Pryor.
if I gotta stop, I'm gonna destroy you.
Keenan, I have to tell you that I'm gonna Get You Sucker is one of my absolute favorite movies.
Thank you.
Hilarious. I think people need to revisit it, but I think it's also sort of it's the likely first step to getting to Don't Be a Menace, which that same sort of comedy, which has became the style of comedy. When you were putting that together, how difficult was that to pull everybody? You had a lot of cameos and stuff. Give us the idea of what that production was like.
I was very lucky. And Jim Brown really. he and Bernie Casey, once they came on,
That got it done?
That got it done. Then everybody else was like, well, if they'll do it. And
they were essential.
Yeah.
They were what Leslie Nielsen was.
Yes, they were the icons of the era. And so once I was able to bring them on board, it went really smooth. And it really was, it was an homage to them. So
and the blaxploitation movies of the 70s.
Those are the movies I grew up watching, and
so did I. They were
enjoyed
awesome.
them.
Yeah.
So, when I was writing it affectionately. So that's why I think that they responded to it. And then these guys did the same thing for their generation with "Don't Be a Menace."
Yeah.
So I was on the set of "I'ma Get You, Sucker." 17-year-old boy watching his big brother do his thing, and just taking it all in and going, man, one day I want to do a movie just like this.
Yeah, and you did.
A couple of years later.
Yeah.
Don't Be a Menace was born.
It's Sean and Keenan Ivory Wayans here, and we want to do something special because it's a special day, and we have something to bring out for Keenan. It is his birthday today, so we got a cake for you, Keenan. Yes.
He don't eat cake, though.
No, actually I don't. But I appreciate the 7 candles. It's my 7th birthday.
There you go. So you can blow out the candles and everything.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Choo choo, choo choo, kaboogie, boop boop, badoop boop, badoobie, boo boo boo, boo boo boo, boo boobie.
Wow. Didn't even know we had that. All right, so the band Korn has posted a cryptic message on its Instagram account suggesting some sort of announcement is imminent.
I love when you get mad at yourself.
It is inevitable.
Inevitable. The post shows a black and white image of what appears to be a tangle of cables with fans asking to visit the band's website.
I like it.
What was the
There's a fart
at the
I
end?
don't know where the fart came from, but I love it.
Play that at regular speed,
right.
please.
That's the greatest sound I've ever heard. One more time.
Marissa, trace that back to April 20th, 2017. Kathy thinks this is hilarious.
Not even. Like it boggles my mind how you still find it this funny that the three of you can't contain yourselves.
It's great. It's everything you want to say. Sometimes the words don't come to you.
I
play it again.
Which speed?
Slow. Let's do it slow.
Okay.
I can see you give it like a little chuckle and then move on.
No.
But at this point, we've been here like 3 minutes now.
You're not seeing the greater picture. So as it's gearing up in classic Korn fashion to be this aggressive sort of war chant, it's completely undermined by the childlike poot. It's two completely conflicting attitudes.
Hey, by the way, nobody else is laughing.
Yeah.
So it's not just Kathy is not laughing. Nick's not laughing, and none of our interns are laughing.
Marissa has a smile on her face. Hang on a
Do you ever
second.
see Amadeus?
I usually don't find farts funny at all, Kathy. That one caught me off guard.
Okay. Because it's more of a it's more of a raspberry than it is actual gas. Yeah. So.
And also the mystery of it. It's like an escape room. How did it happen?
We don't know. We may never know.
We may never know.
Okay. Music news.
Yeah.
Turn the
one more.
Stop the press. Go ahead.
What was that?
That was a mistake.
I just can't. There can't be more of these gems.
Can you do that more than twice?
It's like finding a separate cavern in a diamond mine.
Okay. See, sometimes when you hit this button, it doesn't work. So when I hit it twice, it went burp burp.
Yeah.
Look, Chuck's laughing so hard he's crying in the other room. I love it, Chuck.
Anybody who doesn't find that hilarious is dead inside.
Yeah, dead inside.
Or just a little more mature.
Oh, God.
I wish the button was
What is
better.
great is that you have a massive company, a media company, Beasley, who's currently paying us to do this.
Dude, they took us down to D.C. last
They
week
did
for
some
award.
big award in front of senators.
Yeah.
That's how stupid we are.
Or
They're bad.
genius.
Or we
make
pulled
a living.
fast one. Yeah.
We make a living out of this.
There you go. Follow your dream.
2 is funnier than 3 or 4, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
It sounds like a wrong answer type of thing. Is it Sputnik? Ah, man.
1 for yes, 2 for no.
Or double A.
Triple O.
MCO.
Let's stick with rumors. Viewers, will they want to keep up with the Kardashians if Kourtney leaves? And we might find out for months now.
Oh, please.
Tension between Kourtney and her sisters have been rising. Last summer on Keeping Up, viewers saw Kim and Kourtney reach an almost breaking point over their differing priorities in terms of family and work. And in a recent interview with Paper, Kourtney confessed that she'd love to leave the show in the dust. She said, I will always say I want to move away someday and just be away from it all. Sail away.
Sail away.
No one will ever see me again. I keep throwing up different places. I'm going to throw up.
I keep throwing up in different places.
I keep throwing up.
puke.
I keep throwing up different places, but then I'll go there and visit. And she's going to sail away.
She's going to sail away, just like Sticks.
But then I'll go there to visit, and I'll be like, nope, this isn't it. But I'm glad I came.
She's just afraid of Chloe coming after her.
Yeah. She said, we've just been to Finland. And I was like, check. It's great for me to visit, but I'm not going to move there. Maybe Norway, Switzerland. I've got lots of ideas.
She does have a lot of ideas.
That's according to Kourtney.
They're all annoying.
On Sunday, producer Ryan Seacrest was put on the spot by an ET reporter who brought up the subject.
Do you think that Kourtney is gonna leave the show? You think Kourtney's gonna leave Keeping Up with the Kardashians?
ET is a reporter, mind you, so yeah.
I'll always be right here.
Seacrest seemed taken aback.
Why? Because I'm from another planet? Are you a xenophobe?
But then said, well, if the cameras go away, as long as they can come back, Kourtney.
On my home planet, I was a botanist.
He said, they can go away for a little bit, but bring them back so we can do another season or 2. Honestly, I don't know how they do it. He said, I couldn't do it no matter what they were paying them.
I can make things levitate. Just thought I'd throw that in.
He said, I could not do it, so I give them a lot of credit for having those cameras in their lives all the time. And I love you, Kourtney. Love her.
He loves her.
He loves her.
Well, that show has made millions for him.
Oh, my God, yes. Of course he loves
Honestly,
her.
I have to say, I thought that meteor would have crashed Earth long ago. And they still keep renewing it.
It's very resilient.
I wonder if it's like
don't get it.
Alcoholism or something. You're just addicted and
Maybe.
you just do it out of routine.
Maybe. You know what? American audiences always need, though, that super rich family to watch.
True. And there's
what
no.
they do.
Well, I guess there are a few of those. In fact, maybe even Dynasty itself is on. But
I think that kind of covered the bill for a while. Then now we get reality TV, which takes over for that.
So that's like the Real Housewives and all that stuff. Maybe you're right.
so,
I don't know. It's annoying.
I don't watch any of them.
None of it?
I'm a botanist.
Okay. No interest.
Yeah.
All right. So this is interesting. Haven't heard this name in a little while. All eyes were on Val Kilmer as he took center stage Sunday night at a benefit for his Twain Mania Foundation, created to impact the iconic writer Mark Twain's legacy to children. The 59-year-old posed on the carpet with a pair of binoculars around his neck.
How's he looking, by the way?
I have not seen the photos, Steve. I'm not really sure if we have any. If you guys
To be honest, I
find any, that'd be great.
There was a point there. Huh? Yeah, he looks okay. He had throat cancer, some sort of variation
I've got a
of
little
throat cancer.
information
You got it? All
on
right.
that coming up. But we're looking at a picture of him right now. He looks. Now he was heavy for a while.
He was very heavy.
He got pretty hefty. Looks like he's lost the weight, but man, has he done some work on his face.
He's Mickey Rourke-ified.
Yeah, he's aged clearly, but you can tell that there's been some work around the eyes and the cheeks. And that just, I couldn't tell you. If you showed me that picture and said, who is this? I couldn't tell you that's Val Kilmer.
It
No
looks
way.
like a drag queen pretending they're Val Kilmer.
Yeah, kind of like that.
He's not going to be featured in the new Top Gun?
Yes, he's going to be in it.
Is. So his son Jack was also in attendance for this event. But the appearance previews a comeback of sorts for the star, who is set to hit the big screen again in Top Gun Maverick. Last summer, Cruise said of Val Kilmer that he was doing really well. Well, it's unclear what prompted Kilmer's hiatus from Hollywood. It became apparent that he was struggling with health issues during the hiatus. In 2015, a spokesperson told People magazine he was rushed to the hospital for a possible tumor. In 2017, he admitted that he had throat cancer and had recovered after a 2-year fight.
Mark.
All right, thank you, Marissa. It's Friday, and I want my Froggy song.
Yeah.
I want my Friday Froggy song for the Preston and Steve Show. So let's play this. Here we go. Live at the Camp Out for Hunger, Froggy, and our Preston and Steve Friday theme.
I love them. They're great. And the amount of people being turned on to them is just mind-blowing.
And Kevin Smith, yesterday or the day before, had tweeted out that he's looking for local and basically unsigned musicians for the new Clerks soundtrack.
Oh, these guys.
Really?
And
did you contact them?
Well, I could.
Yeah.
But I just quote tweeted at Froggy the Band, just saying, hey.
Well, hang on a second. By local, you mean local in the Philly area, or just you mean unsigned?
Unsigned,
Okay.
and it wasn't necessarily local Philly area, but because he had tweeted out basically to the entire country.
Case pull some.
Dude, reach out to Kevin
pull some
directly.
strings.
And tell
Yeah.
him. How cool would that be?
Just send him the video.
Yeah.
It'll speak for itself.
Oh, of 7-Eleven nachos or
That
with
or
us?
this song, any
Both
of
of
those.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't remember exactly when he did, but
All right.
I guess you're right. I should probably just
Yeah,
reach out
totally.
to him.
Yeah, give him, help him out for sure.
We'll
All
be
right.
doing him a favor.
We need to do the Bizarre File. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app. You can download the DraftKings app and use the code ROCK to get in on the action. Well, a 10-point buck sought sanctuary inside a southern Michigan church on opening day of the state's firearm deer hunting season. Pastors at Grace Sturgis encountered the buck inside the church's auditorium on Monday before it leapt through a window and back out into the wild.
Did it take communion?
I didn't hear if it was a stained glass window or not, but it did go through the window. A video that the church posted on Facebook shows the buck wandering around the church. Pastors Amanda and Luke Eicher and Justin Wicke erected barricades in a hallway to try and keep the animal from the rest of the church. And at one point, it climbed the stairs to a balcony. Amanda Eicher said, I was just shocked by how high it could jump. It was amazing how big he was. The buck didn't appear to have any gunshot wounds, but was bleeding just a bit from what appeared to be cuts from the glass.
Right, and it made it back out, though.
Besides the broken window, the only other damage was blood stains on the carpet. But yeah, it went up on the balcony. Like it was tooling around the church.
Dipped its hoof into the holy water, Preston. Yeah.
A parolee was arrested on felony charges Friday morning after he was allegedly caught naked inside a pontoon boat on Lake Hamilton and had reportedly been stolen and vandalized. Preston Klein Leonard, a felon on parole, was taken into custody around 10 a.m. and charged with theft of property, punishable by up to 20 years in prison because it was over $25,000.
And the nakedness, explanation for that?
I don't know. The sheriff's deputy, Chandler Overton, was dispatched regarding a stolen boat and that had been recovered and arrived to find police on the scene. Officers told them that a naked man, later identified as Leonard, had been found on the boat upside down between the steering console and the captain's seat.
Ahoy!
The boat, a white veranda pontoon boat, had reportedly been stolen from a residence. The owner later determined approximately $4,000 in damages had been sustained on the boat, including multiple seats being torn out and other seats ripped up. The owner stated that he checked his security camera after being contacted by sheriff's office and observed the boat had gone missing at approximately 4 a.m. No explanation as to why this dude was stark naked in the whole episode. Rukesh Sadai fell in love with a sex worker and stole more than $800,000 from his employer to pay off what he mistakenly believed was a hefty sum that she owed to dangerous criminals.
Oh, no. So he saved her.
He did.
He's a hero.
The 49-year-old faced the Victorian County Court, where he was sentenced to a total of 2 years and 4 months in prison. Sadai had pleaded guilty to 4 counts of obtaining financial advantage by deception after stealing $838,000 from Coin Invest, a construction payroll company. And the woman claimed that her family had been threatened after a large debt owed to criminals by her former housemate was lumped onto her when the friend left the country. Sadai gave all the money to the woman and received no direct financial benefit himself, the court was told, before eventually realizing she was gambling everything away.
I'm sure she gave him plenty of sex and love, correct?
I don't know.
Yeah.
The judge said, while Sadai had good prospects of rehabilitation and was highly unlikely to ever reoffend, the scheme he had devised to cover his tracks required considerable care and planning. The routing was sophisticated enough, the judge said, to go undetected by the company for nearly 3 years. I mean, he was just draining them.
I'm trying to save this woman's life.
He paid $100,000 while his mother paid the company $500,000, and he is going to serve at least 1 year and 4 months in prison.
My son is an idiot.
A preliminary investigative report into a deadly plane crash in Wisconsin last month says that the pilot had called his sister-in-law about flying over her house prior to the crash.
Watch this.
It's kind of was that,
Yeah.
dude. So the victims were 29-year-old pilot Aaron Mika and his 21-year-old passenger Aaliyah Mika. The two were siblings. No one on the ground was injured in the crash. And according to the early NTSB investigative findings, the pilot called his sister-in-law about 5 minutes prior to the crash and was attempting an aerodynamic loop maneuver, but failed to pull up in time, dude, and crashed into the house. And it also hit terrain as well. The NTSB found that there was no evidence of any mechanical malfunction or failure at fault in the crash, but literally it was watch what we're going to do and freaking crash and kill both of them. That's crazy, yeah. This is pretty bad. Police in Tucson, Arizona, deployed spike strips on Saturday to stop a high-speed chase on I-10, but they ended up disabling 7 of the wrong vehicles in the process.
Sorry!
A woman says that she and several other drivers hit the strips at highway speed and then struggled to pull over without crashing. They didn't learn until later that they were in the middle of a 31-mile police chase. And add insult to injury, the suspect kept going as they pulled over with their blown tires. Witnesses say that when all was said and done, there were 7 cars disabled on the side of the highway. The woman said the police response was lacking and that they offered an apology. They called a tow truck, but she's out more than $700 for the tow and the 2 tires. Like, they haven't paid for it, and they're not offering up money for it.
That needs to happen.
You need to pay.
Yeah,
they need to pay for that, without question.
Sorry about your tires.
She's trying to get money back from the police. All right, and then one final story. A Raleigh man was charged with insurance fraud after officials say he faked an image to show that there was a hair in his McDonald's hamburger. Officials accused Ronnie Bernard Truesdale of planting a hair on the burger and removing the wrapper. Truesdale also said the burger caused him to become nauseated. He filed an insurance claim with Zurich North America, which is the insurer for McDonald's, for pain and suffering, as well as $1,500 in medical expenses. He was also charged with felony attempt to obtain property by false pretense.
So I wonder how often that old scam gets perpetrated these days.
Yeah, you can't do that. If you get caught doing that,
Yeah.
you get in trouble. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take a break. Case, do I have more of those giveaways that you had a moment ago?
Yep.
Or anything that you have to give
Well,
away?
let's do this one.
Okay. So we were talking about this earlier, the movie King Richard. We have Fandango passes to see the movie and a $50 gift card for Venus Williams' sports clothing brand 11. Will Smith stars as Richard Williams in the film that shows how a family's unwavering resolve and unconditional belief ultimately delivers two of the world's greatest sports legends, Venus and Serena Williams. So we'll take callers 10 and 11 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will give you all of that stuff. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Make sure you stay with us because we won't be gone long. He told the Hollywood Reporter that the procedure on his trachea made his voice raspy and left him short of breath.
I really like Val Kilmer. He's been in some really great stuff. Top Secret and Real Genius. And I love him in MacGruber.
Yeah.
He's freaking hilarious.
And Steve, you're forgetting
Tombstone.
Tombstone, thank
One of the
you.
greatest performances.
Yeah, definitely.
I bought the man's shirt.
I think his best performance. And The Doors. He was phenomenal.
So what would you say? So greatest Val Kilmer, Tombstone? That is such a great performance.
I got to go neck and neck with The Doors. They were both so good. But yeah, his lines in Tombstone are
so
just
great,
wonderful,
so great.
I love Real Genius, though. I love that movie.
Have you ever seen Real Tombstone?
I've never
It's
seen
really good.
Is it?
Yeah, it's about Doc Holliday in college.
Only he uses a laser instead of
I'm going to use a laser, honeysuckle. I'm going to make a whole big house into a Jiffy Pop.
What was that? Was that him?
That was his bite in
Top Gun, his
Yes.
best pilot?
Yeah.
Hit it again. That's his teeth coming together. Oh, my God.
That's right. Ice. Man, I am dangerous.
And there's the bite.
Man.
That line from Cruise, I hated. Ice. And then he pauses. Man, and brushes off his shoulders.
You're awfully big there.
Horrible movie.
I'm 5 feet, 3 inches tall, man. I'm a little tiny man.
But as much as I hate Top Gun, I can't wait to see the sequel.
Likewise.
I
because
really want
now-
to see it.
Because guess what?
What I said, and I thought they were going to do, is they're going to go more realistic.
Yeah.
You think so?
That's the word.
Okay.
And now with the availability of what they can do,
It's Steve, wouldn't it be great if in the locker room saying they all of a sudden break into a dance number?
right?
We're going for ultra realism
Realistic.
here.
I want to see Val Kilmer though. You know, I want to see how he looks and how he's able to pull off Iceman, because what we just saw there up on the screen doesn't jibe with the Iceman I know.
I don't think he can't be all that cocky anymore.
You're not just writing checks. Your body can't cut.
What was that?
You're
Ice.
dangerous.
Man, I can't understand your words. Man.
John Hamm's in it, too. He was at the Blues game last night and on Saturday, and he's done a few spots on NBC for the Stanley Cup Finals, and so it'll be cool to see him in it as well.
I looked in Nadnan.
I'm sorry, you.
I looked in Nadnan.
He wasn't in Nadnan.
No, Mad Men.
Oh, Mad Men.
Yeah,
exactly.
You can't put your lips together. No, man.
I had a little surgery.
Yeah. You got a little surgery?
You look weird.
Tonight, E.T. gets the exclusive with Val Kilmer.
I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off. This can go hard on you now.
You look weird.
Bring it, you little bitch.
All right, what else I have for you? 3 months after Nicolas Cage and Erica Quakey got hitched in a quickie Vegas wedding.
A quickie.
Quakey was quickie.
You remember
Nicolas Cagey
tried to immediately get it annulled.
4 days.
Yeah.
Vegas. After this, a judge in Clark County had granted them a divorce. Cage filed for an annulment 4 days after the wedding.
He was drunk. He freely admits.
That was his fourth wedding, by the way. Claiming that it was based on fraud because Quakey did not disclose her criminal and romantic history to him.
Uh-huh.
See, you didn't tell me about your criminal history.
You didn't tell me about your criminal history.
TMZ
If I had known, I wouldn't gone all quakey on you.
TMZ reports that the annulment didn't happen, and it is
I'm his friend now.
Oh,
See, little guy's my friend now. He's got great fingers.
Koike. Okay, so reports that the annulment. TMZ reports the annulment didn't happen, and it's unclear if Koike will receive the spousal support that she has requested. So, honestly, I don't know what's going on there.
I love Nicolas Cage Nicolas Cage has become what he's wanted to become the most. It's basically an Elvis type character. He goes around, in these, like where here, he's got some sort of animal print leisure suit on. This is ridiculous.
What would you do to make your butt look good in a photo?
Ooh, I'd have it wear a cowboy hat.
For celebrities and social media influencers, it's about contorting the body for the best rear view.
Yeah.
All right, so you know what to do, Kathy?
I'm not sure. I'm sure it's probably a little arch in the back.
Well, for me, it's bending over and pulling the cheeks as far apart as possible.
I think that's a different type of photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
I
not
misunderstood.
What they're talking about.
I think so you can see everything, where you can see where the skin starts to turn color.
Oh my God.
Right? Is that what you're talking about?
Listen, I didn't even realize I was doing it, but I was, I mooned my daughter.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Just
Here.
Yeah, but I brown-eyed.
Oh no, your poor kid! You just traumatized her for life.
So is that how you take a proper ass picture?
I don't think any child should see their father's butthole.
Ever.
No.
Write that down.
Do what I did and just feel it.
It scarred her. She was like, she freaked out.
Oh, yeah.
I thought more like, I was thinking more in the veins of my son.
Yeah.
That I was doing that too. And I was like, I can't believe I just did that. I just did that.
I can't believe it either.
Wow. I know. Yeah.
The man in my little girl.
Yeah, right.
Poppy. Hey, Daddy, I just saw your brown eye.
Is that your butthole, Poppy?
It was quite traumatic, Poppy.
His name is Eddie. He wants to know if we can go steady.
I've never seen your butthole. I had to tell him I did, Daddy. He's not my boyfriend anymore, Daddy. Thanks for scarring me, Daddy.
Oh, the car pop?
Oh my God.
Yes.
Well, anyway, back to the
I
story.
saw your balloon knot, Daddy.
Hey, look over there.
Didn't want to see it, Daddy.
You probably shouldn't have told us that.
No, I'm glad I
Here's
did.
other stories.
So the most popular booty popping position involves tilting the pelvis and arching the back.
Yeah.
So the
and
obvious.
then swiveling the head to the side. Bootylicious models such as Hailey Bieber and Isabelle Goulart have recently.
My name is Isabelle Goulart.
Have recently
You want to change our last name?
posed on the red carpet this way to highlight their pert posteriors in gowns with plunging backs.
So can you show Casey what he's? Do you know what he's describing? Is it? Are you?
Well, I'm going to give it more detailed. So here we go. Here's an influencer, Daisy Keach, who last month enlisted a plastic surgeon to certify that her backside was real to her 1.1 million Insta followers, said, "I'll stand up straight and spread my legs a little bit to make myself look a little bit wider than if my feet were closer together." She says, then I'll arch my back a little bit.
Right.
And I'll kind of puff out my chest. I breathe out and my stomach cinches in as I pose.
God, what a bunch of nonsense to go through.
One of our
she's 19,
calendar
by the way.
girls though does this perfect, and I can't remember which one it is. I'm trying to find her pictures, but like
Is it Shay? Our cover girl?
I mean, listen, they probably all take
Yeah.
great booty shots, but there's one specific calendar girl, and I can't remember who it is.
The 19-year-old influencer from Los Angeles says...
Influencer.
She says a lot goes into properly accentuating her most famous asset, which she dubbed the Keach Peach.
The Keach. What's her full name?
Her name is Daisy Keach.
Oh, I thought you said Stacy Keach. I'm like, that guy?
Daisy Keach, and she calls it the Keach Peach. One of her other go-to tricks involves bending the leg that's closest to the camera while standing, quote, super tall on the other foot. If you arch your back a little bit and lean the shoulder closest to the camera forward, she said it will make your waist look smaller and your butt look bigger.
So none of them suggest putting your stomach forward on a table and pulling your ass cheeks far apart?
I haven't gotten to the whole thing yet, so maybe. But while an overarched spine may look good on the gram, it's not the greatest for your posture, says experts. With a neutral pelvis, the hip points and pubic bone align. By contrast, the sway back position and other similar moves create an interior pelvic tilt, which is placing a lot of strain on the pelvis, says chiropractor Marcella Thomas.
Well, of course, we know that the way you're posing is not the way you should walk around in life.
Some people do actually suffer.
Like, what are you going to be like this? Like. Like Frankenstein?
Some people do actually suffer from an interior pelvic tilt, an issue that Thomas says that she would treat in her office using strengthening and stretching positions and spinal adjustment.
She's really taking this seriously on this doctor.
I
could
that.
treat that.
I have that pelvic tilt just when I stand regularly.
I don't know what you mean by that, but pelvic.
So like my, I guess I have like a natural bend in my back and
which accentuates your
like an arch, and my pelvis kind of tilts a bit just when I stand normal. No, kind of down.
Does that happen when you try to touch your elbows behind your back?
I see. Yeah, and then I do that and then tilt my head and
like when you lick your own nipples.
Right, exactly. Yeah, all very similar.
Yeah.
It's natural that my tongue goes down to my nipple.
When I give my Kathy, same. When I give myself oral,
right,
my butt really sticks out.
Sitting to my left, ladies and gentlemen, Adrian Zemed.
Adrian Zemed? I thought he was dead. Oh, my God.
We're not kidding. We've been talking about you forever, right, Preston?
We have. We absolutely have. We are fans. Has anybody ever said to you, I thought you were dead before, though? That's a slight insult.
Well, actually, there was an episode of The Simpsons where I was in one of their musical numbers, and I popped out of a coffin saying, and I'm not dead.
Here you are in this play, and again, Middletown, and it's two couples, and they're sort of there's some comedy, there's some sadness, but it's the way they've grown over the years. And what drew you to this?
Exactly that. I'm used to, I've been through the Eastern Seaboard so many times with musicals.
Yeah.
And I'm used to just being drenched in sweat by the end of the show and doing it. And then I read this play, and it was such a simple play. It's just about two couples who have dinner every Friday night for 33 years.
Right.
They're best friends, and they're normal people, and life happens to them.
Mm-hmm.
And it truly is a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, we suck you in by all our little charming quirks that the couples have and everything, and then life happens. There are tragedies in life that you have to deal with, relationship problems with your spouse and everything. But what is the great fascinating thing about this play is that the words speak for themselves. I'm actually first generation Romanian, so my family came, to America for their kids to, be doctors and lawyers, and I come up to my dad and say I'm going to be an actor. And it's like, the funny thing about him is I won him over. I literally out of acting school, I got one of the last national tours of the original Grease, and we were playing in my hometown of Chicago.
You were playing Zuko?
Yeah, I was playing Danny, and we were going into a very big theater into Chicago, and there was and nobody really knew very much about Grease at that time.
Right.
The movie had not come out yet. It was just a hit on Broadway, and there were a few national tours. So the company manager said, "Look, we're having a lot of trouble with this opening night. We're going to paper the house. Tell your dad that you can invite the entire congregation." So,
oh man, that's a
I didn't mention that my father is a priest, an Orthodox priest.
Right,
they can get married.
And Greece is
Eastern Orthodox priests can get married.
Yeah. Greece is very profane.
There's been a change in something. The Preston and Steve Christmas Miracle Party, which was initially set for Friday, December 17th, has had to move. It will no longer be on Friday, December 17th. It will be on Tuesday, December 21st. Not our fault. That's all I'm going to say. Not our idea, not our fault, someone else's fault. And so we have had to move. We wanted to have it on a Friday.
Yes, we did.
We're excited about having it on a Friday, but that's not going to happen anymore. But what is going to happen is we're going to give away a lot of great stuff. So this is going to be on Tuesday, December 21st. Don't call now because I'm not doing giveaways. But you can, however, go to an event which is tonight at Saloon 151 in Westchester. 6 to 8 p.m. You stop by and you'll have your chance to win. And it's brought to you by Miller Lite because they're part of the celebration as we're doing the Miller Lite Ugly Sweater Edition at the Christmas Miracle broadcast. And keep in mind, you need to know our show.
Yes.
If you don't know our show, you're not going to win anything because it is a trivia-based contest. We draw contestants from the audience, not unlike the The Price is Right, and we bring them up, and then you need to be ready, and you need to know your Preston and Steve trivia. And if you don't, not only do you not win anything, but the audience is going to pounce on you because they tend to do that.
They do.
All right.
So know your stuff.
Oh, and also, we're not going to be in the 360 Lounge anymore. We're going to be in the Excite Center.
And it's also for Hanukkah, Preston.
And we're doing it for Hanukkah instead of Christmas now. So it was a bit of a cluster F, but anyhow, it's going to be on Tuesday, December 21st, and we hope that you will join us.
That is Chuck's birthday.
So
celebrate
his
that.
50th birthday.
His 50th birthday, and it's the longest night of the year. So two things, the winter solstice.
Amazing.
All right, so those things are coming
He's
up.
like the
All right.
baby Jesus.
He is, similar to it.
Yeah.
Interesting story. Casey brought this to our attention, and you found this quite compelling.
I did, as a matter of fact.
And is it all based off of this that I have here in front of me?
Yeah, so what it is, I think it started as a Reddit thread. And so the top thing was the post. The bottom thing is a response to that post.
Okay. So it says here, why no one takes my Sharpie. All right, so that's the caption. And the photo shows a Sharpie with a yellow cap on it, indicating that it is a yellow-colored Sharpie. But when you take the cap off in the second photo, you'll see that it's a black Sharpie.
Uh-huh.
And it says in this... This isn't the caption? This is just a comment?
No, so the caption was, this is why nobody takes my
Okay.
Sharpie, because nobody uses the yellow Sharpie ever. So
Unless you're highlighting.
But a lot of people don't do that. So if you're thinking, man, I don't want anybody to take my Sharpie, you just take a black Sharpie, put a yellow lid on it, and then nobody's going to take it, and then that's going to be your Sharpie. Nobody's going to touch it. And then
So the comment is, I work in an aerospace facility where you can only use black ink on any official paperwork. And I had a pen thief in the house, so I bought 2 packs of Pilot G2s, one colored, it says colored, and one black. So I guess it had, whatever, it was a different color than black. Switched all of the ink cartridges up so that not only did I never have another black pen stolen, but the pen thief was found with pink ink on some controlled documents. And he wrote, "Suck it, Tim."
Yeah.
I guess Tim was the guy. So Casey brought this to our attention and was curious if there are any people who do some little hiding like that. And there's another example you had from Mayor of Easttown.
And it was brilliant. It was really brilliant. Mayor's mother.
Jean Smart.
Jean Smart. She had hid her Haagen-Dazs ice cream inside a bag of frozen vegetables.
Right.
Yep.
Yep. So she would pull out this bag of frozen vegetables, open it up, and inside was the Haagen-Dazs, and then she knew no one's going to touch it that way.
That was my wife. I found out the other night. So we keep a bag of chocolate chip morsels in the the cabinet with all the stuff, the sugar and so on and so forth. And so we will go in there and I'll grab a couple as a little, if you want a little bit of sweet stuff, after dinner or whatever. Now, she hid the chocolate-covered Belgian cookies behind that.
Okay.
So I'm like, that's the worst place.
Right.
Because I'm going, I'm going to go for the chocolate.
Right.
And so she goes, how did you discover my hiding place? It's like, because it was right behind what I would be going for the cookies for as well. So I discovered it immediately. You have to do the Haagen-Dazs in the mixed vegetables, something that will be, oh, forget it, I'm not going there. I'm not going to take that.
If you stash something like this, call us 215-263-WMMR.
I need some good stash ideas. I used to hide things in we have a garage fridge, all right, and there's a freezer in there as well. And I used to hide things in the garage freezer. But now my kids know, right? So, like, if they go and if they're looking for some, and it's a sweet, I'll put like some sort of sweet in there. And if they check the regular freezer and then they're like, there's nothing in here, they will go in there. And
they know.
And they know. So now I need better ideas. And I think hiding things in maybe some frozen vegetables is a really good idea.
It was a long time ago. I think it might have been a Bud Light commercial, and it showed your techniques for hiding beer in the fridge if you're at a party.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I like this.
And it showed, like, seasoned veteran, and like they had different
Right.
tiers of who was good at hiding. I think the one who hit it the most was somebody who actually stuck it inside the cavity of a turkey, like a full cooked turkey was in there, and so they'd see him going to the party and they'd reach out and grab his Bud Light.
That's
out of it.
great.
I'm pretty sure.
You know what I didn't, and my mom had revealed this to me not too long ago, but when we would go down the shore, we would always come back with a ton of fudge, right? And what my mom would say, and what actually my mom and dad would say, they would put the fudge into the freezer or the fridge, and they would say, this is a present for grandma, so you can't touch that. And it was never actually a present for grandma. Hi, grandma.
Right.
So, or we didn't call her grandma; it was mom. But it was never actually.
Now
and I
help
didn't
me pack grandmom's fudge.
I didn't. But I didn't know that, and my mom revealed this to me. I mean, within the last year, she revealed that. I'm like, that was never mama.
Listen, it's a game.
Yeah.
You have to be very ninja-like if you really want to be. You got to those nefarious forces. You got to foil them.
Let's go to some calls. I have Brendan who's on the phone. Hey, Brendan. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Good, bud. You got something to share with us?
Yeah, I decided to start teaching people a little bit of a lesson in, touching other people's things.
Okay.
I work at a pet store in Roxborough, and we sell bully sticks. I don't know if anybody's familiar with what a bully stick is.
What is that?
It's a bull penis.
Oh yeah. Oh, yes. Okay. Yes, I've seen them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a dog chew.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would put one in one of my pen cups, and I had quite a few people come up to my desk and start fiddling with my things, and a couple people grabbed that bully stick and pretended like it was a cigar, as that's kind of what they look like.
Oh my God!
And I wouldn't tell them.
Oh my God!
Until they'd inquire, hey, what is this anyway? Yeah, that's a bulldog.
Oh, that's great.
See, there's something about office stuff. If you're hiding your pens and all, I don't want to say where I hide plastic forks in this office because little did I know the plastic forks are like gold.
They are a commodity here.
Oh my God!
We have tons of knives.
You put them next to the bully stick, right,
Yeah.
Brendan?
Exactly.
All right. Thanks for the call, man. We'll see
Gotta
you
swing
later.
by and get some of those.
We'll go next to Rachel. Hi, Rachel.
Good morning.
Hey, Rach. So, is there something that you would stash in a very unique way?
Yeah, so this is definitely an office environment thing as well, where you have a shared space. So it's a shared refrigerator, and I learned this after I was breastfeeding my daughter. I actually brought back her after she was done with it. My little, Medela cup. All the moms out there will know what it is. And I just labeled it. I labeled it breast milk, and then I would put my fancy half and half in it, and then leave that in the fridge.
Excellent.
That's brilliant. Brilliant.
So that no one would take it, and they didn't, because after a while, every once in a while, you go in there and it's lower, lower, lower. So when I put breast milk on it, no one touched it.
That's one of the great problems of a communal fridge is if you have your special, maybe you have your French vanilla creamer or whatever.
Yep.
And then you go in and it starts to incrementally disappear. But that breast milk container is pure genius.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now,
I like
you
that.
should just do that. You guys should do it.
Absolutely. I'll say that's my breast milk. That's my
Steve's
semen.
breast
I
milk.
Can't even get away with that anymore.
Thanks, Rachel. No, you don't
Yeah,
have semen
I
anymore.
don't have semen.
All right, let me go to Brian. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, my man, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? Not an office setting, but going over a border setting, I would hide contraband so that I wouldn't have to bring it through the border. Then on the way back, I would go pick it back up so I'd have something for the ride home.
So what we all right.
Wait a
In
minute.
a Doritos bag.
Hang on a second. All right, so are you going into Canada or out of Canada?
Into Canada, you hide it, you stop it somewhere, put it in a Doritos bag, seal the top with a lighter, then
Was this
go
back
to
before you
Canada.
could buy it in Canada?
but that's the whole thing. I live hours away from there, so I would have nothing for the ride, and I didn't want to throw it away, so you hide it, and then on the way back, go back to that exit, that McDonald's, stop, pick it up, and then you're on your way.
So you would hide it. You would hide it, say under a dumpster or something.
Yep, a bush.
A bush, and then you go back and grab
That's
your
funny.
your pot in a Doritos bag.
I mean, listen, your plan is your plan is definitely flawed because you're leaving essentially litter under somewhere, and somebody could see a
Could
Dorito
take
bag and
it,
want to throw it away.
could take it, but nobody's gonna go looking in a bush for trash and stuff. I've never had an instance where it was gone.
You need your driving stash, Preston.
Never had an instance. Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, man.
Right,
All right,
yeah.
thanks,
I
Brian.
like sealing it back up with a lighter.
Yeah.
All right, here's a couple of texts coming in. This says, I hide ice cream sandwiches in the fish sticks box. Nobody likes fish in my house but me.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Let's see. My uncle kept his cash in a watertight diving container and kept it in the tank behind the toilet.
I've heard that before.
That's somebody just hide.
Is that just like a mafia thing?
Right.
just
Who are you
hiding,
hiding it from? Are people, your own family is stealing your money from you?
Oh,
I
those
mean,
are
this
people who don't want to put it in the bank.
Yeah, but that's different than this. This is hiding it from, somebody
Other
around
people,
the house
yeah,
who's
yeah.
going to have their hands on it. So I don't quite get that one. Let me go next to Haley. Hey, Haley, good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, Haley. What's happening?
So my husband and I were literally arguing about this last night because they're like Cadbury eggs, but they're for Christmas.
Okay.
And I have them, I hide them in all of my cabinets. We just had our kitchen redone, and he doesn't look at anything, so I can just stick them in some cabinet that he doesn't realize exists.
Right.
And he doesn't know about them, and then I'll come out with candy, and he'll be like, where did you get those?
And how many, on any given day, how many Cadbury type eggs do you have stored around the kitchen?
Right now there are 3 bags.
3 bags.
And I just moved them, and he literally last night he was like, "Where are you hiding them? I know you moved them."
Sometimes
because, he'll start indiscriminately looking in places where he thinks that they are, and I finally found another spot. So right now, and he doesn't listen to your show, which is a travesty. I have them hidden in a crock pot.
Well, you know what? Sometimes, and this speaks to something that I was going to ask, is there a benefit to hiding in plain sight for some of this stuff?
You know what? I've been thinking once I have an empty something where see, I have a thing where I like to throw everything away, and then I think about it later, and I'm like, I could have used that. But yeah, that whole Gene Smart idea with the vegetable bag.
Right. Okay. All right.
So, yeah,
it's a good one. Really
it's
good.
one of the better ones I've seen. Thank you, Haley. Appreciate it. I'm trying to think what I would hide around the nothing in the fridge that I can think of. I mean, stuff does get pilfered from time to time, but nobody's like a repeat offender, and I have to hide it.
There's also the art of the pilferer, which is to, if you get into somebody's, my wife has come home with, now it is sort of an unspoken rule that we can help ourselves. And, we'll ask if it's something big, but they're French fries or whatever, and you eat a couple and then you move a few over to fill in
I've definitely done that.
Fill in the divot.
Especially if I'm the one picking it up on the way home.
Yeah.
And I'll dig through and grab a couple of waffle fries or something like that.
You like
then you reposition them to make it look like it's totally full.
You feel like such a creep, but you can't help. I mean, how are you not going to grab a handful of fries on the way home?
God, the watered down booze that my dad must have
Oh
done.
my God.
Is that what you would do?
Yeah. Oh God, yes.
Especially with vodka.
Oh, yeah,
but
even
clear.
But I wasn't stealing vodka. I was stealing like bourbon and things like that.
Watered down?
It was like the most lightly brewed tea.
Your dad must
by
have been
the end.
thinking, God, I'm drinking so much it has
My
no
tolerance
effect.
is way high. I need to back off the booze because I'm not getting a buzz on this anymore.
You don't really have to hide porn anymore, but that was an issue for a long stretch. Finding a hiding place for the magazines or whatever,
real.
videos, VHS tapes.
I mean, and not only those that magazines, that was between the bed sheets.
Yeah,
between
under
the,
my dad's
mattress.
Yeah, that's where I first saw
for sure.
my Playboys and so on and so forth. That was part of the deal. I'll tell you, going back to the pilfering of food, doing the ice cream where you kind of just shave off layers, very small layers, whittle it down because it's an optical illusion when you open up the top, say like it's vanilla, you can't quite tell how far down it's gone.
Completely different, but a version of that,
Right.
Steve, is pretending when you were a kid like you ate some of something that your mom or dad wanted you to,
and you reposition it.
You move like the peas around, and so it looks like there's a hole in the middle of the mound of peas. See, I ate some in there.
I would literally.
When did that new valley occur on your plate?
I would stuff my mouth full of food and then go into the bathroom and spit it out.
That's a good version of that. Yeah. Okay.
Back to the porn. I was babysitting one day, and I just I was sitting in the couch. The kids had gone to bed, and the cushions were a little like off. So I thought I'd be nice and reposition the couch. It was helping out. I found the dad's porn in the couch.
Was it babysitter porn?
No, it was just like a Victoria's Secret magazine or something like that, which was like, but it was hidden, and
I want to go to this call. Hi, Sarah. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Actually, it's Nick. It's Moth Sarah, the one that told you about the moths.
About the what? I'm sorry. Oh, the moths eating the tuxedos?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got a moth lady.
All right. Oh,
Sarah, yeah.
Lucky.
Yeah.
All right.
So, I'm a dog walker, and my car has been broken in a few times. And I got the idea because I have a dog, and I decided to test the theory out that I leave my wallet and like money and change in a bag, in a prescription bag that's labeled fecal sample.
Fecal sample.
Oh my God.
Okay.
And I've even gone so far as just dip like a little corner of the bag in like watered down coffee so it looks like it's leaking.
Oh, that's
I could leave that thing with like my car running and the keys in the engine and the windows down. Nobody is touching a leaky fecal sample that's been sitting out in the
let me ask you. So but you don't leave your wallet in the car, do you?
I mean, sometimes I do because I'm constantly going in and out of people's homes, and I have like poop bags and my timer and people's keys in my car that I sometimes drop my wallet. So it's really easier to kind of keep myself as light as possible, especially when you're handling like a dog.
Sure. Also, I think it sounds like there's a little part of you that gets off on foiling would-be robbers.
Oh, yeah. I'm a sneaky SOB. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, the poop bag is a good one, too. Could you combine them and put that poop bag in your freezer?
Well, it's actually, it's not just that. You get like your prescriptions come in like a CVS bag or something like that. So that's actually what I've used. So it looks like it's legit, not just a poop bag. But I could actually probably just put a poop bag on my...
I would think if you were leaving something that looked like pharmaceuticals in your car, you'd be inviting more attention, you know?
Right, but that's why I label it fecal sample.
Oh, all right.
But Sarah, you bring
fecal
up
sample.
It's a good idea for anybody who like has to walk their dog in the city. Or you don't feel safe, but you do have to have like your wallet and your money on you or whatever. I would just take one of the poop bags that you have with you, stick all of your important stuff in the poop bag, right? And then you can walk. And if you get mugged or whatever, nobody's gonna take the poop bag and you just say, I don't have any money on me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, keeping like because there's been like. Because now that it's night out and like it's 5 o'clock, I can't see anything walking the dog. I have been kind of followed a little bit, and I just having a poop bag and letting that person know, hey, I have a poop bag and I'm not afraid.
And I know how to use it.
I'm not afraid to use this.
All right. Thank you, Moth Sarah. Have a good weekend.
I got a poop bag.
A couple of texts. This one says, I have Halloween candy in my tampon box. Another one says, let me see here. There was one. Oh, yeah. This one says, I have an ice dispenser in my freezer, and there's no reason to ever go into the freezers. So there's no reason to go into the freezer's ice bucket. So meaning that you have an ice maker and also an ice bucket in there. And so they said, that's where I keep my chocolate bars.
That's a smart move. Listen, a lot of times it's where are you hiding your candy?
One last story, and I'll go to Andy for this. Hi, Andy. Good morning.
Andy! Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, Andy. What's up?
So we have a stash where my girlfriend and I keep, snacks so that the children can't get them. We have a coffee container.
Right.
So they don't drink coffee. The one day I went in there and I was like, oh my God, there's some cookies in here. So I grabbed one and I was like, oh, this is the worst cookie I've ever had. And I put the coffee container back. I didn't say anything about it. Later she came up to me and she said, did you steal my cookies? And I was like, what? First off, it's for both of us, so no, I didn't steal your cookies. And secondly, no, of course not. Why? And she said, because those are edibles. I got them, and I have to order them at exactly 12, and there's 11. So I wanted her to know that it wasn't a kid that got it. And I was like, yeah, I did. But yeah, so.
What was the reaction like? Were you like out of your mind, or what was the physical response?
I mean, I actually didn't have I mean, it was pretty late at night, and I went to sleep afterwards.
Oh,
I was worried because
wasted your buzz, dude.
But a great night's sleep.
I slept great. I slept like 10 hours without any disturbance.
That's great. I love it. All right. Thanks, Andy.
It was a
Appreciate
seahorse
it.
spot.
Yeah. Well, there's there's an art to hiding things from either coworkers or family members, and sometimes a little camouflage is necessary.
Does not hurt.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So thank you for your calls and your texts. We appreciate it. Want to take a break because we have a guest coming up. Our buddy John Heffron, who's going to be at Helium Comedy Club this weekend, starting tonight, will be joining us. So we'll talk to him when we get back. Stay with us.
And then he keeled over, and his heart stopped.
Oh my God!
And we've got all these people. There's like 100 extras. Many of the girls are half naked and everything. We're all standing there going, "Oh my God! They killed the donkey!"
Dear Lord,
you resurrected a donkey, Adrian Cement?
And they did the whole adrenaline thing. You know what I mean? They put the
Oh my
in
God.
his heart, and he came back.
The donkey snorts 3 lines of coke.
You definitely could.
It's a real good kids movie. I'm really proud.
You're thinking your career's over, but no.
And then, honestly, when we saw the first cut, it was like, Tom and I looked at each other. This is funny. What the hell happened?
Is there any chance you could go back and re-release a director's cut by any chance, or is it too late?
Back then, they didn't save that kind of footage.
Now they do all the time.
And they do it all the time because of everything they do. But honestly, there was one scene that was absolutely hysterical. So we're the bachelor, the party's not going very well. The hookers haven't showed up. We're sitting in the hotel room looking at a Shirley Temple movie. Right. And it's just not going well.
The hookers go to the wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
So then I say, Rick, let's go downstairs and get something to eat. I'm hungry. So we get into the. I'm not gonna say this on radio. This was cut. I said, sit in this booth. This is the best booth in the place. So he sits in there, and all of a sudden you hear a zipper sound. His eyes light up. Right. There's a girl underneath who is
taking care of him,
going to give him a happy ending of some sort. So I, saying my gift to you.
Yeah.
And we see the minister who's going to marry him walk into the restaurant and go, "Oh, Father, over here, come on, over here." So he comes to the edge and he starts having a conversation with us, and Tom's going, "Oh, Jesus. Oh, Mother of God. Oh, Mother Mary and Joseph." Oh, he's writhing and everything. And I say, he always says grace before he eats. So.
That's great.
He can't take it anymore. He gets up and runs out. And I said, "Father, sit here. It's the best seat in the house." Close up on his face, you hear the zipper sound, and his eyes go like.
That's great.
Didn't make it in the movie. We had offended everybody else. They didn't want to offend the Catholics.
It's so freaking funny.
You and Tom were friends. Could you tell then what a talent he was and what he was going to go on to
and
be?
Honestly, one of the nicest guys in the business. Everything that's ever happened to him, he deserves every bit of it. He's a great guy.
That's great.
Very talented.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you.
A lot of people don't know this, but Tom was not originally cast in that role, and neither was Tawny Katane.
Tawny Katane was the it girl of the time, and she was the White Snake videos. It predates.
Do you know
the White Snake video.
Who was?
Well, we shot 1 month with the other cast.
Who was it?
Oh, no way.
It was Paul Reiser.
Really?
And Kelly McGinnis.
Oh, my goodness.
Did they get fired?
Well, the producers just felt there wasn't a chemistry going on and everything. And Tom, they had just seen a screening of Splash.
Okay.
Oh.
And they said, we really need to get that guy
that's like
for this.
I couldn't even imagine. And Paul Reiser's talented, man.
Oh,
but
he's great.
He just doesn't have the kinetic.
He was very funny.
Was he?
He was very funny.
Yeah.
There just wasn't a chemistry that was going on.
That's happened before. Back to the Future. Eric Stoltz was. They filmed for quite a while with him in the lead role. And
the scene where he falls and hits his head. That's Eric Stoltz's head. When he falls out of the tree, bonks his head on the.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's Eric Stoltz.
Wow. Okay.
Did not know that.
It's if you've never seen Bachelor Party, and it's worth going back for a visit. A number of people also texting in asking if we're going to bowl tonight, Adrian.
It's funny. I've had the great fortune and lucky to have 2 cult classic movies that are really they're targeting completely different people.
Yeah.
And it's just really kind of cool after all these years. You know, in theater, which is really my first love, and that's why I still do theater. If I'm going to be doing television and film, I'd rather be behind the camera these days. But if I'm going to act, I'd rather be on a stage, because that is the actor's medium. It's electric. It's like a drug. Yeah. Grease too. It was an opportunity to put it was my Danny Zuko that I put on film.
Right, because you weren't. They had to create created another character, which is basically Danny Zuko.
Yeah,
and it was a weird thing because you had Grease comes out. You have Travolta's on a meteoric rise. You have Olivia Newton-John. You have all these big stars in it, and then they go with Grease 2 and they cast not unknowns, but
they actually did something really kind of. Took a big chance.
Yes.
In what they did. They did not. It was very unique what they did. They also created they created a musical that was never a proven hit on Broadway.
Right.
So none of these songs had ever been heard. It didn't have a track record or anything. And a lot of people, you know, Grease 1 obviously was a massive, huge success. But Grease 2 didn't actually do badly. It in its theatrical release, it made about $80 to $100 million.
I watched
at that time, and people think that it wasn't as big a hit, but today it outrents and outsells Grease 1.
Really?
It's more kid friendly, and it's actually more of the essence of what Grease, the original Broadway show, was about. It was about all the T-Birds. It was about all the Pink Ladies, whereas the movie of Grease became a vehicle for John and Olivia. In the play, Kaneki sings "Grease Lightning," not Danny.
That's true.
It's his car.
Yeah.
Everybody has had a song in the Broadway show to tell you their story, and that's what. So it's more of an ensemble piece. And Grease 2 was directed by Pat Birch, who was the choreographer of the Broadway show. So she wanted me to do that role badly because they wanted to put a rock star in that role because there weren't any known faces. Michelle had just done, I think, Hollywood Nights.
This is Michelle Pfeiffer
with Tony Danza.
Right.
At that point, it wasn't a big hit or anything like that. I remember. And Maxwell Caulfield was not. He was an English actor, but hadn't done much. And they really wanted a rock star in that role, but Pat wanted me to do it. So she strategically brought me in. After they would see like Casey and the Sunshine Boys or one of the Gibb brothers or whatever, and then I went in and said, "All right, it's still his. All right, it's still." Until after 12 callbacks, they finally said, "Wow, right, it's his role."
Well, honestly, I watch it every time it's on. It has a good energy to it. You're again sort of a self-deprecating, funny guy. The whole bowling sequence is pretty. You know, you can't help but get swept up in it, and it has its own energy. And to this point, you had a lot of talented people involved with it.
Yeah, a lot of people came out of that thing. Even the Seagal twins went on. The girls who were the cheerleaders went on to have their own series.
You have a lot of fans in Philadelphia, and to prove that, I'm gonna show something to you. I don't know if anybody has made you aware of this or not, but I think Steve made an offhand comment one day about somebody getting an Adrian Zemed tattoo. So we do this feature every Tuesday called Tattooesday. People come in and actually get a tattoo from our show. It's called the Preston and Steve. They'll get a tattoo with us in it, and we've been doing it for years and years and years. We had a guy who called in and volunteered to get an Adrian Zemed tattoo.
God, I'm looking at it right now.
This is a guy. That's your face on his right pec. It's huge. This was within the last year.
Within the last year, yeah.
Yeah, that we
and
had
the guy
this done.
Eagerly came in.
Please tell me that's not permanent.
That's permanent. That's a real tattoo on this man's chest.
So when he's 90 years old and I look 90 on his chest.
Yes.
What was I thinking?
So we took a picture of you from Grease 2, and that is now permanently on this guy's chest, Adrian.
This reminds me of something that Sally Struthers said about tattoos back when we were doing Grease. She said, "Oh yeah, back in the '60s, you know, I was a flower child. I got a tattoo of a butterfly on my butt. Now it's going into its cocoon."
We're so delighted that you had a chance to come by here. We are big fans.
Nice to come in.
We knew you'd be great.
Yeah,
be with you guys.
Be cool. That's great, man. Excellent.
It's my pleasure.
And you know what? We should do a promotion where we go bowling with Adrian sometime.
Yeah.
How cool would that be? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, some love for Adrian Zemed. Thank you. Thank you so much. There was an email that was sent out that we were going to have our studios checked because there may have been bed bugs brought into the area. And we've had everything checked out. They actually just brought a dog in to sniff. Yeah, I think it was Jack Russell is what it looked like.
Josie was her name.
Josie is the dog. And there's no bed bugs.
Well, no, that's not true. There were on a chair.
Was there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Or yeah, it was certainly like a warm zone or something.
A warm
like that
zone.
They call those.
That's
So
what I call my chairs at home. Yeah, my warm zone.
I think what everybody was worried about was an infestation, which I guess is not the case if it was just on the chair. I don't know.
Just on the chair. The rest of the place is apparently clean. Josie scoured our studio and nothing.
And I'm never coming back again.
You would have thought there was a radiation leak here.
Yeah. So I never told my wife that there was a bed bug.
She wouldn't have let you go to work.
No.
That was the first thing I told my wife, and I started laughing.
Yeah.
Because, listen, I'm surprised that's all we have. They're ripping the entire building apart, walls that haven't been opened up in years.
Yeah.
I imagine at night there must be a big vermin hoedown when we leave. Because you walk around, there's these caverns. Like a wall will disappear.
Yeah.
There's a big opening now.
Yeah.
You walk down one hall, it's 11 degrees, and then the next hall, it's 1,400 degrees. It's a whole new environment. It's like you're on some spaceship that's just, morphing all the time, and that's what this is here.
Well, I'm just glad that they alerted us to it.
Yeah.
Because during some of the construction, apparently they were removing asbestos, and nobody ever told us.
Well, that's when that wall went up down at the end of the hallway.
Yeah.
Because, and I almost walked into that wall. That's how quickly it went up. I started to turn down to go down to what I thought was Chuck's office down the hall that used to exist.
Like Looney Tunes.
And there was a wall.
So my wife will, when we go check into a hotel, it's always the same situation. We open the door, we shut the door, we leave our bags right at the door while she goes and strips all the beds and looks through all the furniture for bed bugs. She's like definitely
She's fanatical.
So before you guys even enter the room,
we have to leave our bags at the door. There's an inspection.
I really wanted to come in a hazmat suit or some sort of bubble, but I couldn't find anything.
That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going through our text chain, and I'm like, hey, by the way, this is going on. I'm not going to tell my wife. And then Kathy immediately goes from 0 to freaking out.
Oh, yeah.
Get the F out of here. I'm not coming into work tomorrow. Who the F has bed bugs? Holy F, no, like 1,000 exclamation points. And then she says, do you know how hard it is to get rid of bed bugs? What's the company going to do about it? And when? And then Preston sends a GIF, of like a bedbug jug band.
Yeah, playing music. And then Kathy fires back, that's not funny.
It's not funny.
I think I said F you to anybody who's not taking this seriously.
And then I think Nick said, read Joe's email. And then Kathy says, F the email, F the bed bugs, and F whoever doesn't think this is a big deal. Where are we going to do our show tomorrow? Clearly, we can't go to the station, and we need an on-site location.
My house is
She was
clean.
ready.
My house is clean.
Yeah. She was ready to set up shop somewhere else. to do a live
100%.
broadcast.
If you guys would have said, yeah, we have to do the show somewhere else, I would offer it up my house.
Oh, really? Oh, my God.
So it was one bug down the hall, right?
Yes!
Okay, I'm just asking.
Could you see Casey coming home? Diane wants to check him, so she takes out the blue light. Doesn't find any bed bugs, just semen
Bathed in
stains.
semen, yeah.
All over my face.
We're good. The woman was saying that they have dogs that can do all sorts of that check for bugs that actually will.
Wait a minute. I thought you meant that bed bugs use dogs to travel around.
yeah,
Back up.
Mush, mush.
For a ride.
I thought you meant as piggybacking.
You've never seen the bed bug Iditarod?
No.
It's good, yeah.
It must be majestic.
It's compelling.
Yeah, good dog, good dog. It's good dog. Yeah. I love being out here in the open range. Yeah.
All right, let's do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Hailstorm singer Lizzie Hale has confirmed in an interview that the band is compiling a special package to celebrate the 10th anniversary of its self-titled debut album. Released in 2009, the LP featured the single I Get Off. I get off.
Bill Weston, I get off.
So anyhow, Hailstorm...
I'm gonna shoot.
Oh, dude.
I get off.
All right. Now I'm thinking about Bill at the moment of ecstasy. I know. I know.
Bill's pillow talk.
I
get off. I'm gonna shoot.
Yeah, it's about to happen. You feel a little tingling.
Heading down the tunnel.
Another
Tunnel of love. Barn door. Barn door. Barn door's open.
Look at the door.
Quickly, massage my low-hanging fruit. I'm almost there.
There's no way we can do a meeting today.
There's
There's no way.
Steve just canceled the meeting.
I can't look at him ever again.
What do you think the recap's going to be like today?
Oh, Lord.
I think we got a C-.
Yeah.
Well, the Bella show is done. Maybe he's talking to him right now. Is Thursday, June 6th. Today is Tom Araya's birthday. He's in a band. Casey, could you say that name for him? Tonight and tomorrow night, he comes to us live from a hotel room with his brand new microphone.
Yeah.
I'm excited to hear it. Please welcome our friend John Heffron.
Yes.
Oh, my God. You
I
sound...
got so scared because as you were talking, it just all I saw was signs that just said default settings and it all. So I got scared. So it's nice to hear and see everybody.
Well, you know, we had conjectured earlier, knowing what we know about you and how you are able to survive any situation, that you might be using sort of a tactical version of Zoom. But it looks like it's just regular.
Yeah, you know what they need on Zoom? Because obviously over everything that, you know, everyone went through over the last 2 years, you use Zoom more.
Yeah.
And here's what's a weird thing. Like those pre-roll, if you're watching like a football game, like a college football game or something, when they introduce like the linebacker or the quarterback,
right?
It's always them standing holding a football and they're looking down and then they look up at the camera.
Dramatically.
Or they do something like that.
Yeah.
That's what happens. There needs to be a pre-recorded thing for Zoom meetings where
I
it's
love
just you
that.
doing something cool, and they go, and Harold Stevenson from accounting, and he looks down, and then he looks at the camera.
You're right. It's so anticlimactic. Yeah.
Yeah, it needs, or if you're like, hey guys, I got to lead the meeting, it's always a weird thing because then you have to like reach and you got to click and you got to see how do you turn off the Zoom. It's just not cool. So it'd be cool if there was like a trapdoor effect where I just look at you guys. I'm like, thanks for the interview. And I go like that. Then I literally drop out of the frame.
Dude, these
Or
are
I get
winners.
Yeah, like an explosion happens, or there's like a Star Trek beam, something that ends it. So the last meeting, you don't see palms of me trying to turn off the.
That's a good idea. I like because you know when you like you talk about the NFL thing when you play certain video games and you get to choose your characters as you're scrolling through the character, it has a little animation of them sitting down there like looking at their weapon, kind of looking around. This and that.
Right, yeah,
It'd be
yeah.
great to have like a loop of someone doing that,
Putting together your squad.
Yes,
Yeah.
I love that.
Or I was thinking, like, because during the pandemic, I didn't do a lot of them, but I had to do a couple Zoom corporate comedy shows.
Right.
Right, which were soul-sucking.
He speaks the truth.
Yeah, it was strictly like, well, at least I, can make money to eat this. But there were some that were so bad that I was like, how do I get out of this? Like, I just want to bail.
Yeah.
So, another thing I thought of, I wish there was some type of pedal that, like, when you hit it and then you started max headrooming it, or like I'm doing you guys, the video just stops.
It would glitch. Yeah.
My internet connection is bad.
So you could force a bad like a frozen. Even men, you can pick a time. Okay, it's the tech. Sorry guys, the tech is screwing up, and I've got to leave. These are all winners. And I don't know. I hope you're going to seize upon them and at least get something going, because I love the introduction, the pre-video.
Would be fun because I did some corporate events where they were just like, well, can you put a napkin over your camera, and then when we introduce you, you just take off your napkin.
Oh,
that
God.
Way that way we know you're on the feed. And I'm like, yeah, that's just that's just
it's not going to work.
I did a thing. I'll share this. So I did one Zoom comedy thing, which was just horrible. Horrible. And so I have like this little soundboard thing for my podcast I do. And I went and I got isolated giggles, not laughter, kind of like somebody like giggling.
Yeah.
And while I'm talking to the people, I was hitting those sound effects like you heard people chuckling during the whole Zoom meeting.
That's
and
great.
nobody was laughing because I'm literally performing in front of a bunch of microphones with red lines slashed through them.
Yeah.
You know, like nobody's, or you see no cameras. So anyway, so I brought my setup. It's great to see you guys. I read on Twitter, you guys posted the one dish you wouldn't, you'd have at Thanksgiving.
Right.
Right. Did you guys talk about that earlier, or were you going?
We were talking about some Thanksgiving food. Yeah.
We were talking about the our favorite dishes from around the country and each state's favorite one.
Each state's favorite side dish.
So I wrote on Twitter, if you could only have one dish with your turkey, what would it be?
Okay.
Yes, I would just want to make a point. I don't know if I guess this Thanksgiving is kind of different because people can get together for Thanksgiving, which some people are like, I kind of wish that the Delta Comfort virus would happen more. I don't want to go. Anybody making Jell-O with fruit in it, you need to stop right now. Like, just go. Like, it's disgusting. Like some food. If I look at it, I get almost nauseous, and for some reason, anything in Jell-O.
Well, the thing with Jell-O too is that a lot of the Jell-O flavors are fruit flavors. So when you put real fruit in artificial fruit, it seems scientifically incorrect.
Okay, let me ask you this, because when I see that as well, I have a bizarre thought that pops in my mind, John, and it's seeing that fruit in almost suspended animation. In that it's like Arnold Schwarzenegger, it was like a Stallone in Demolition Man in that frozen, thing. And so it just looks so unnatural to me.
So now you just gave me an awesome. Well, however, maybe I would change it because I was thinking while you're saying that what suspended guy, and I immediately went to Luke Skywalker in Empire Strikes Back when he's floating in that tub after he gets beat up really bad.
Right. When he gets mauled.
Yeah,
it's really cold.
So, if you had Luke Skywalker's floating in Jell-O,
all right,
that might be a whole different.
I love that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And that would be more appealing to you then, I guess.
Yes.
Okay.
Fruit is gross.
I agree. What are your Thanksgiving plans? Speaking of that, and side dishes and so on and so forth. So you are getting to tour a bit now, which is really good. And obviously, there's got to be.
Oh my gosh, I haven't spoken to you guys in a few years. So we know we went through my divorce, and then 2 weeks ago I got engaged.
I heard about that. Congratulations.
That's awesome.
She's a stunner, by the way, dude. Congratulations.
Oh, you see the Instagram?
Yeah, she's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. So then, so this Thanksgiving, last Thanksgiving I had microwave turkey alone in a farmhouse in Michigan during COVID. This year, I'm with this,
Well, let me ask you. So is she down? Because I like your tactical, always prepared style of living. Is she down with the compound mindset, or are you going to have to open up and embrace humanity now?
Oh, so during COVID, we had the date because we were in Michigan, which was on complete lockdown. Governor, that's why when I was traveling during COVID, I would go to these other cities and you would see all these people like in Florida and Texas and Phoenix. And you're like, do you not have cable? Do you not know that there's this Corona thing? And it felt like if you had strict parents, right, and you got to stay the night at somebody's house for the weekend whose parents were getting a divorce, and you're just like, you're allowed to have sugar? This, at 10, this place is amazing, right? So when I met her, Corona was happening, you couldn't go out on dates.
Right.
There were no restaurants open. There were no bars you could go to. She was respectable, so she was like, I'm not going back to your place, psycho, and you're not coming to mine until I get to know you. So there was this in-between phase of literally what do you do?
Can I jump in here just quickly and find out? So then how did you meet her initially?
That we met through an app.
Okay.
That was,
all right.
And I'm in the middle of nowhere in Michigan, so I was expanding that Bumble reach for as far as I could. You know what I mean? I was sending postcards to women in Italy. There's no way to reach anybody.
So you start dating, or at least you're trying to figure out how to date in a lockdown situation.
So I have it in my Jeep, and so I bought these trays that go in your cup holder, right? So you can literally almost put a bunch of food that go in your cup holder, and it's like a tray. And keep in mind, it's in Michigan, so a couple nights it's 6 degrees, maybe 7, 8. So we would go and get food as a takeout. Then I would park in the back of a bowling alley that had construction trucks So I would pull in there almost every night. Nobody was ever there, and I put a music list on my Spotify, and then this sounds dirtier than it is, but we would literally have back in my Jeep dates. So I'd have the trays of food. We even made charcuterie boards one night. Went to the gas station, bought booze, and I had a whole thing set up. So then we were spending so much time in this Jeep. I went to not QVC, like a CVS or something, and bought a big Tupperware bin, and I put almost anything in it you could possibly need, right? Like any type of Tylenol, any type of napkin, any type of Taco Bell sauce, Arby's sauce. It was a whole thing, and the running joke is how much stuff I had in this Jeep and how I could almost come up with almost anything.
So you had sort of like a cross between a dating kit and a bug out kit, like ready to go.
100% in that Jeep. I had almost like everything in that Jeep.
Wow.
I had an extra jacket. I bought like at Costco for like a vest. Because she's like, it's freezing, but then the Jeep gets warm enough where you take off your winter stuff, but you're still cold. Yeah, I had everything. So
and so you're to the point now where obviously you finally eventually got to meet you foster the relationship and you're engaged and this is all good. So was that a tough hill to climb for you? Because you've been unlucky in love before, as you said. Was it?
Yeah, you know what's weird is I was telling somebody I'm surprisingly not worried about it. Like I don't know if you've divorced once, if you're like, yeah, I've been through it. And now I know how to do the next one. I might not be so detail oriented in the divorce papers. I might just fly through it. I think I was trying to be a A+ student last time. This one I'll get by in a C-. Yeah, kind of. There's no. I was telling somebody, I'm like, should I be more worried? They're like, or you just come. We dated for a year, and some people go, well, that's fast. I'm like, I'm 52. Here's the deal. I'm not getting better looking. I'm not getting healthier. And I'm almost probably in 4 years, I'm going to be looking, probably on, at pamphlets and stuff for caregivers. So I might as well.
Yeah.
Right? Because
So you're
that's the
checking
weird
out,
thing.
like-
Because when I would introduce her to people, you go, this is my girlfriend. But that sounds weird if you were married for a long time before. Just saying that word sounds weird.
Right.
And then you're like, here's my girl. Like, so you don't know what to say. So
Yeah.
it's and then eventually it will be caregiver. So it's like,
All right, what's the age difference if she's going to be your caregiver one day?
Well, no, but I'm saying if I didn't find like a wife.
Oh,
or
if you
girlfriend,
did.
Oh, okay.
I thought you
would
meant
just have,
she.
yeah.
How old is she, if we may ask?
She's my age.
Oh,
that's cool.
Good for
My-
you.
My exact age. She has 5 adult children. I should probably. I refer to them as number 1 through 5. I should probably start memorizing names.
Is that kind of weird to have? You immediately have 5 adult people in your life that that are.
Well, yeah, because they live all over the world. It's weird because you're not, even though I always considered myself this, that I'll always be referred to as my mom's husband.
Right.
Right? Like no one's ever, adult kids aren't calling me stepdad.
Right. It's
You know what I
kind of
mean?
weird.
Yeah.
It's they're 25. I don't think after we get married I'm gonna get, hey, can you Venmo me $20? I'm going through Taco Bell. I don't think that's gonna happen. So,
But I think you're free of scorn or anything because you the same age, the same.
But no kids.
Right there, you go. That's pretty lock and key.
Let me ask you for wedding plans. So, second time around, she's got adult kids, blah, blah, blah. Is it going to be a big deal as far as the wedding ceremony goes?
It's so what happened was we were gonna courthouse it. We just just courthouse it and not have a long engagement because again, what's the point? I'm not gonna make wedding plans for a year. We'll pull it off in a week. So we're doing one of those micro weddings where it's literally 20 people. My buddy got ordained. And then we go to this cool spot and then back to the house.
To be honest, when I got married, we did basically that. We went down. My wife had some family in Puerto Rico, and we went down and had like 20 people, and it was great. And what you save on, doing. Besides, you've already been through it once. You don't want to do the big extravaganza again, right?
No, it's weird. But I did buy this thing though for the little soiree. You ever buy something where you just don't know if you should keep it or not. So I got this thing online, and it just came to my house last week, and I set it up. It's called a barista, and it's this machine that I just kept trying to figure out, do I want to get it or not? And it basically, without showing you visual aids, it looks like I can't say the word because my bell's palsy, but what are those Kruger K-Cups machines?
Oh, Keurig.
Right?
Keurig. Yeah.
Keurig. Yeah, so it looks exactly like a Keurig, but you have 4 big like water bottles on both sides. That one you put bourbon, one you put a vodka, one you put tequila, and then you get these K-Cups. I want a Manhattan, I want a Long Island iced tea.
Really?
You stick the K-Cup in the container, and you close it, and then a thing pops up. It says, put in a highball glass, and then do you want a mocktail, strong, medium, or whatever. Like there's 3 versions. You can make strong. And then you hit the button, and then it makes you the drink in, I think it made a margarita for me in maybe 10 seconds. But it does a perfect pour. And it's a barista. I wish the people who see a video of it or see
I've seen this on like Instagram or something like that. I have definitely seen this before.
Let me ask you this, though, John. So I'm a little skeptical of that. I would have to try it first, and see before I would buy something like that because, and I assume that the mix is like a powder and there's got to be some liquid that goes in and
liquid in the mix.
There's liquid in the
itself,
mix.
The mix is liquid, and then there's a huge container in the back where you can put club soda or water, and then after every drink, it self-cleans.
Okay. All right. So
that's wild.
That's interesting. So there's got to be some mixing involved because otherwise, why not just tear open the pouch and mix it in with a little bit of the booze, and there you go.
No,
you got your drink.
It's liquid. It mixes it perfect. So you know what I was telling somebody? I'm like, it's like a fondue maker probably, or that chocolate, fountain.
Chocolate fountain you never use. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've made enough drinks with this thing so far. You're not pouring shots, so you're not spilling anything.
Right.
There's one little. But here's where I wish I could take it. I can't steal that idea. That's too big of an idea. But I feel that they could combine two things here. I was sitting just having a margarita by it, right? I'm just sitting on, I got bar stools, and I'm just looking at it, and I'm trying to figure out what I want to put up on the certain wall. And then I'm like, I need to combine Alexa with the
barista
drink maker
Yeah.
and make a full bartender that can give you information and you can talk about your problems with.
Okay. All right. And make you a cocktail at the same time.
Like if you had an AI with that thing, as I'm drinking, I could be like, so I'm 52. What are career changes most 52 make? Give me info, or it could talk to you.
Yeah.
And then I think that would be almost the perfect.
Did you see the movie Passengers? It's a science fiction movie. There is the one thing that is sort of meant to mimic a human is a bartender, and it mixes drinks, and it's designed to exactly do that, to give you some counsel as you sit there and talk to it.
They just got to blend it because they already have the 2 things.
Let me ask you, once you got this device, did your alcohol consumption go crazy as you were testing different drinks?
No, you know what? It's no, because prior to COVID, right, that's what I'm noticing at comedy clubs, just speaking of drinking.
Right.
There's a woman that was complaining about her booze, her drink to the server. And I'm like, can you stop yelling at servers? That's a thing now. People like to. There's literally signs in restaurants that say, can you not be terrible to our servers?
Yeah.
Drinks are made how they're supposed to be made at a bar. Just everybody's been self-pouring for 2 years.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
You've been so heavy-handed.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Your baseline is so out of whack right now.
John, that's brilliant.
You hit the nail on the head, man.
I joke and I go, most drinks are made at a 2-second pour. I was up to a 6 glug. I was up to a 6 glug pour. And
count the glugs.
My booze came in wood cases and glass and straw, when I bought Booker's or bought bourbon. At the end, mine booze had handles on it. That's the level of drinking.
That is so sharp to consider that, because you're right. Everyone's pouring it's their own stuff. They're pouring to their exact taste, not realizing. And then, of course, places might water down the booze here and there, and you've got that going on, and they don't know why it doesn't seem right.
But you are right about this thing, because like I redid my basement and I made this, and I bet you I think I had Uptown. I don't even know what's in that drink. I just walked by and I was like doing stuff. I'm like, well, I might as well just make a drink. And because all you're doing is putting a cup in a thing and not picking out bottles, and there's some disconnect where you don't feel like you're boozing at 3 o'clock when you don't physically touch a bottle. Right. There's a part of you you're not responsible.
Right.
Because,
that makes total sense.
Uptown is a perfect cleaning drink. It's an elegant floral and sweet gin drink with a mix of peach, white grape, lemon juices with a graceful cilantro kick.
Is this one of the drinks that's available for this particular
That's one
device?
of the drinks. So I'm not making that. Like I'm not in its. I don't know.
Let me ask you, what does your future wife think of the machine? Or is that why she's marrying you?
It was one of those things. I think that was our first money discussion, even though it's mine. But that was one of the first things where I'm like, I'm thinking about getting this. Should I get it or not? And then she's like, do we need it? And then it got weird. I'm like, well, it's my money. If I want it, I'm getting it.
The one divorced person here.
Yeah.
You know.
I might also get an Oculus headset and this stuff. So I just used, you had some credit card points. I'm like, all right, this is a dumb little toy. And she was kind of against it. So when I got it and I made her the drink, she was like, oh, that's actually really good. I'm like, yeah. And there's no. So then I had a show last night, and then when I called her, she's like, oh, yeah, I walked by, and that thing makes great Cosmos. We need Cosmos, Cosmo glass.
Oh, you converted her. That's great.
I'm like, here we go. But, they're a little pricey, but it's fun. So the answer, that was a long-winded version of, we're just doing, a short version of the thing, because
small wedding and everything. So
but those get you though, because even the small weddings, when you're like, oh, this would be super cheap, boy, it's like things add up. So.
They do.
But now that we know that, for a gift for your wedding, we can get you those little K-cups for your booze machine.
You can get you can get the K-cups 100%. And she's getting used to, I haven't talked to you guys in almost 2 years.
No, I think we might have done one. Why did I think it was?
I don't remember.
Well, if it is, my mind is blown, because with the last time we talked to you, you'd moved into your compound. You had cameras down by like the mailbox and everything, and like you were treating it like a high security system. That was the big deal.
Yeah, and it's been I'm losing the fight, because when you live in the house was built in 1820 or 1840, because why would I want consistent temperature in every room?
Right.
And I've being on just those acres and just in the middle of nowhere, I just realized just what a fight for an animal not to bite you it is. And I can't imagine living like in just the wilderness, because when I go to my trash can to pull it up the driveway, I'm constantly looking at random stuff that's probably at the trash can that's going to jump out at me.
What kind of wildlife is in your?
Well, I've been playing a game for the last 3 months called Guess What Animal's in the Wall.
I played that game before.
Yeah, and I had a wrong perspective of animals. Like some animals have better PR. Like I always thought possums were scary looking and gross looking. Still kind of think they do, but then you realize how good possums are. Actually, they do a lot of good around the house.
They do.
They eat a lot of ticks. Yep. They kind of deal with a lot of stuff you don't feel. Mice that you don't feel like dealing with. Chipmunks are kind of tools. I gotta say, like chipmunks bust in your house and have illegal bowling tournaments in your walls, and it's kind of mad.
There's nothing like in Preston. Preston talked about this, about like if a hamster gets out and gets into the wall, and you're just sitting there, and then it's quiet, and you'll hear.
Oh yeah, we used to see that all the time.
Yeah.
It's maddening, because there are a couple nights where it just starts to get scary. If your head gets in a bad place, you just now think they're killer chipmunks or whatever, and they're just trying to get through the walls, and they're almost because the house is so old. It's weird. Every time the furnace goes off, I literally think somebody is bombing the house. Like there's like a ship, and the ship is shooting cannonballs at the house, and
Do you have an old
like?
Is it a big house? Because I have mine is an 1880. It's an older house, but when and we have the radiators, which I love, the big metallic. I think it's awesome. But when they start to kick on, you start to hear the water. Yeah.
There's everything like so. The house is I don't know how many square, 2,000 maybe, but every room is little because people just had littler rooms back then.
And they were little.
In my stairs going up or down, I swear those things at the bottom are at 85%. They're almost straight up. When you go down the stairs, you have to walk like Charlie Chaplin. You have to put your heels together and go down because the steps themselves are so small.
It's like a ramp, you're saying.
Yeah, and if you have like a 6 glug night of drinking, I've fallen down those steps, but you don't tumble. You do this really weird, like you're going on one of those water slides where you have to hold your arms at your chest and you slide because you don't fall. You just fall. You slide quickly, but you land on your feet because it's so steep.
That's hilarious.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, and it is so easy to slip down those stairs, man.
I've done it in my feet. This house is awesome, but I guess it sucks when you get to a certain age where I'm like, okay, this is the last time I'm moving. And then you go, yeah, I can only handle those stairs probably for another 2 years. Or I never go upstairs and the chipmunks take over.
Yeah. So we have one, two. We have multiple flights of steps in the house. And it's a workout. But in the general area of like Philadelphia, years ago, there was a width of stair that became illegal, and that they have to we had to redo our side steps because of that very reason. People were dying.
Yeah, it's my steps. Are like if you have a Peloton bike, the room you have for the tips of your shoes. That's about as big as my stairs are. And just walking. If you have a clothes basket, and you're going up or down. You have to use the force. You have no vision. You're just like, I hope this works out for me.
Man, we're glad you're safe in spite of all that. Just want to give people a heads up that John is going to be at Helium Comedy Club. Got a show tonight, two shows tonight and tomorrow night, 7:30 and 10 p.m. And you can get the tickets at heliumcomedy.com. Dude, it's always great to catch up with you. We're glad you're in Philadelphia. And next time, hopefully, here in person. You wanted to add something, Marissa?
I was going to give John a tip, a trick. So if you hit either Command V if you're on a Mac or Alt V, it'll end your video. So you can magically disappear from our interview once we're done.
Have to put your hands up there.
You know what? That sounds neat, but I want old freight car. I want a lever. I want it to be dramatic, where I'm like, see you suckers, and I just pull like I'm trying to stop the train car with brakes or something.
I like that.
We'll keep an eye out for it.
Congratulations, by the way, too, on your
on the engagement. That's great. Thank you, John Heffron, guys. Helium Comedy Club. Oh, wait a second. You know what?
What?
Oh, shoot. Well, I hit a wrong button. I'm sorry about that. But here's a text from somebody that says, John is one of my favorite guests that you guys ever have on. He is so real.
He is.
And that's it. He's just
he's a great guy.
He's just kind of a hangout and talk and very funny version of that. So it was really cool to have him on. We got a couple more minutes and some things that I wanted to make sure that I get out before the week is up. So I know we did a junk drawer yesterday, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't matter.
Well, we could.
Listen, man,
we could open up the store, I guess, if you
Sure.
want to.
How about a junk drawer in the store?
A stroll down the aisles and see what odds and ends we have at the general store.
Time to go to the general store for a quick little peruse around what's on the shelves these days.
Yeah,
There's Preston Elliott. His bird is hanging out.
Wait, hey.
Excuse me.
Zip up.
So speaking of stores, if you've ever gotten lost in a grocery store, researchers think that they are close to knowing why. University of Arizona researchers found that the brain may treat similar environments as if they are even more different than a pair of environments that have nothing in common. I don't know what that means.
So you're more likely to be confused by something that is the same or familiar than perhaps things that are less familiar and less similar.
Researchers have long struggled to learn.
I think I just repeated what you said.
How the brain remembers spatial environments, especially those that are similar. The experts' findings suggest this is how our brains walk a fine line between learning new information while not using limited brain power to relearn similar processes or experiences that occur every day. I know that when I go into any grocery store, one, maybe in a different town or somewhere,
Right.
and you're stopping off at a store you don't normally go
Everyone
to.
flocks around because a celebrity has shown up.
Right, it happens. No, but there are similarities to other stores and the layouts of grocery stores. When you start to see like dog food and cat food, you know that just around the corner is probably paper plates and paper towels.
So you're at the
and things
end
like
of the
that.
food range because now we're
Yes.
feeding
Now-
animals.
so
and
now
then
we're
the next step over is going to be house
Cleaning-
cleansers,
cleaning
right,
products,
stuff
and
like that.
so on.
And
Yeah.
you're right. The way stores are clustered, and there is an absolute rhyme and reason to it, and there's an absolute exchanging of cash for consideration on end of aisle placement. But like for example, though, sometimes you get a monkey wrench thrown at you. Now, I shop at Acme, and Acme is laid out exactly the way I like it. It makes very much intuitive sense. There was one time, though, where I was looking for pine nuts. And I'm like, pine nuts? There's like, they got every kind of nut in this. I'm looking nuts after nuts after nuts. And I'm grabbing my nuts. I'm so and then guess where they were? The baking section.
Yeah. You gotta look in baking. Sometimes you'll find some things over there.
Right.
That are frequently used in that.
Right.
It's like
right.
in
And
that
you have to
aspect of
think. You
things.
almost have to do deductive reasoning.
My observation as well is, you ever notice that the produce section a lot of times is at the opposite end of either the meat or dairy section.
Yes.
They're at opposite ends of the store.
Well, so Preston, I heard this tip a long time ago, and it always resonated. So if you're like potentially like on a diet or trying to just cook all of your meals, you stay in the outside of the supermarket.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's kind of like a circle.
The
So you
processed
hit-
stuff's in the middle.
Exactly. The packaged stuff, the stuff that can sit, that's shelf stable, they'll call it. So you stay on the outsides, and that's produce, meats, everything in the refrigerated section, and you go around. And
Yeah,
even
dairy.
the frozen stuff
Yeah.
is
Right.
usually like one aisle in from the dairy and
Right.
the cheeses and stuff.
So in my Acme, I go in. There is the produce. There is the rotisserie chickens in the back, and then you go around, and then there is the meats and all that stuff. But everything, I guess that layout would make sense. Yeah, judging by what I'll tell you what though, my Acme has the coldest refrigeration section.
Oh.
It's like holy hell. I actually slows the aging process. But but for the most part, if you know how one supermarket's laid out, you'll get the rest.
Steve, I agree with the Acme things. I will take you to Restaurant Depot or the Jetro lot where they have a whole freezer room that you literally, in the middle of July, you need a coat to go into that area.
All right.
When I am shopping, and sometimes there are a variety of different stores, and depends on if I got to pick something up on the way home, I may go to this store. If I'm nearby the house, I'll go to this store, so on and so on. So there, but I if I'm looking for a specific item, I will consider myself. Here's the deal. I don't read the signs in the aisles. And if I have to go and read a sign in the aisle, I feel like I've given up.
No,
You're looking. Are you looking at the first items at the end of the aisle?
Look at the end cap.
Like I know.
The end caps are usually different. But yes, I'll glance in just at the first few items, and I'll know pretty much everything that's on that aisle.
By your reckoning, what is the most consistently bizarrely placed stuff in a supermarket? So, because I've actually seen them separate the distilled water from like bottled water.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's all water.
But they may do that on purpose so that you don't accidentally buy regular water when you need distilled water.
Right.
Because that can be bad for you if you're using it for like a medical purpose or something like that. But maybe that's the reason.
Possible,
I don't know,
yeah.
Steve. But the weirdest place, a lot of it is, in that baking section where, you
got to be on your game, man.
Not sure. The weirdest place thing, there for a while I was eating these really low calorie chips. They were they weren't potato chips, but they were like rice cakes or something.
Can
like
I guess
that.
where?
Yeah, sure.
In the like where they have the sugar-free cookies and the stuff for diabetics.
Nope, it was in the breakfast aisle.
What?
And it made no sense because I was getting barbecued flavor. And I don't know why they would put them there. And I walked around a few times. Finally, I gave in. I went to the service desk. I'm like, do you know where this is? And they're like, yeah.
Hi, I'm Preston Elliott from the MMR Morning Show, and I just grabbed this speaker here. Why is...
Yeah.
Hey, I'll tell you what.
And they were like, they admitted, they were like, we don't know why we put it there, but that's why they're there.
In my Acme, you will have no problem whatsoever finding tortillas. Flour or corn,
everywhere.
because they're not in just one spot.
Yeah.
They're for some reason they're close to like the meat section.
That makes sense.
They're also in the Tex-Mex Mexican section, and they're also in the bread section.
That's right.
3 different places.
They'll sometimes plop some things like over by the deli. You can find some rolls over there, even though it's not anywhere near where the breads are.
You're exactly right. So because they know you're going to pair... Oh, they're good.
Yeah.
They're good.
Good like that.
It's very hard to find vegetarian food sometimes. Like they'll have a little section. Sometimes the refrigerated stuff will be in with the produce, but then some supermarkets will split up the like sausage and bacon or fake bacon and put that in the breakfast, or some of them will have it all together.
That's
where
Marissa shopping.
Supermarket every time we get a new one.
That's perfect.
It's actually just me every day.
Where are the sausages?
Where are the sausages?
Hang on. Matt has an interesting observation about these things. Hey, Matt, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, mister.
Hey, mister.
Hey,
It's perfect. We're in the store. What's up, my man?
Talking back on what Marissa said earlier about like your produce sections and your deli and all of that being for the most part on the perimeter of the store. I'm in construction and they design it that way because those are the only areas of the stores that need plumbing, electrical, so on and so forth around to them, where you really don't need that on your cereal aisle.
That does make sense. However, though, at in my Acme, shout out to Mermaid Lane, there are a few refrigerated containers or shelves or refrigerators that are off the wall that are a couple of aisles in. So, but for the most part, that would make sense. So you're not running that much plumbing in those lines all the way to the middle of the store all the time. Correct?
Right.
All right. I got it
Especially
now.
Produce and seafood, they're the ones that really, I mean, produce, seafood, and any of the butcher department, they're going to need water for sure because they got to clean up over there.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So anyhow,
I like that.
That's a look at the grocery store. Let's go down another aisle and see what else we can find.
It's on the shelves over here. Get out of here, kid. You bother me.
This is great. So Black Friday's coming up, right?
Yes.
All right, and it's all about shopping. But there's another thing that that Friday is known as, and it's in the plumbing world, and it's known as Brown Friday.
Oh, my God, because of Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Wow.
And they literally call it Brown Friday.
Oh, those poor bastards.
The day after Thanksgiving, and according to Roto-Rooter, one of the largest plumbing repair and sewer and drain cleaning services in the U.S., they call it Brown Friday. And it's the busiest day for plumbing and drain service providers.
No doubt.
There are several factors that contribute to the issue. Large gatherings, meal preparation, and kitchen cleanup overload sinks and disposals, while post-meal waste loads use toilets and sewers, creating lots of work for plumbers. Many Thanksgiving hosts also have overnight guests who take showers, baths, flush toilets, and might even do a load of laundry or two. And this has led companies like Roto-Rooter to dub the day Brown Friday due to the amount of sewage and wastewater that they deal with. They typically see a 50% increase in call volume over an average Friday and 21% uptick in business over any other 4-day weekend period.
It's crazy.
So they don't get a 4-day weekend at all. They're all working on Friday, aren't they?
Yeah. So to avoid plumbing and drain trouble over Thanksgiving weekend, follow these tips. Never pour grease, turkey drippings, or cooking oil down drains.
Well, that's a standard, right?
They solidify in the pipes and they choke the drains. Don't put potato peels, poultry skins, bones, rice, or pasta down the garbage disposal. Disposals can handle small quantities of scraps, but most food should go into the trash can or compost pile. So I think I told you, Casey, the potato peels.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Because normally we would just peel them right into the sink.
Yep.
So there's no.
Don't do that.
Is there any garbage disposal unit that is meant for pulverizing things?
Well, it does. So these do pulverize. So ours got clogged up. Called, thank God, our friends at Horizon. This guy came over. It was super nice. He fixed it for us, and he showed me. He took it out and he goes, "This was in there." And it's this gray plug of stuff. And he flat out told me, he's like, potato peels? And he said, eggs. Don't put your eggshells in there. He told me, he said, they're like a net. Okay, you would think that they would grind up. They have this, eggshells have a membrane on the inside.
That's insane
and
in the
membrane. For some reason.
I'm not going to do it.
Okay, you're not going to have it?
That's insane about that membrane.
But he said that will cause what he described to be like a net, and it doesn't go away. It doesn't break down. It just adds up. And the potato peels are another thing, too. So I was the same way, Casey. I'd throw all vegetables, peelings, whatever, and also eggs. Anytime I made omelets, whatever, threw that stuff right into the garbage disposal. And it'll work, but over time it's going to build up. And
That's insane about that membrane.
And you're going to have to make a plumbing call, plumbing service call.
We have a composter in the back, which is it's good. So obviously you can. It's amazing. We have yet to use anything that's been created by a buddy.
I know. Same here. We had one too. Carter started it.
Yeah.
We never use it.
Really? Not for the garden?
Not yet. It's
Huh.
still working on it.
Yeah.
It's going to take like 5 years for us to get anything useful out of it.
Because you can put the eggshells in there, and
that's what he does.
Everything, yeah.
Well, you can't put protein in it though. You couldn't put like
You put vegetables.
Right.
Raw
you
chicken.
couldn't put an old mafia hit.
In the city, you have to pay to get it picked up. Like you can get a bucket, put it on your doorstep, and then you have to pay for someone to come and pick it up.
And do what with it?
I guess they just have a big
Throw it off the
compost
balcony.
area where they collect everybody's at once.
Chuck it in the scoop.
I thought you would compost for yourself. And that's pretty much it.
In the burbs.
Yeah. Hey, do you, Nick? Do you have a like one of those big barrels that you collect rainwater for? So you
No, I want one.
Yeah, I should do that. I mean, you could just kind of make it yourself.
Yeah, they sell them at hardware store.
We have one. We never use it.
What do you do with it? What do you do with the rainwater?
For gardening. You know, so instead of using the hose, you can just use. Actually, you can attach a hose to the bottom of it, and then the one that they sell at Do It Best Hardware in Wayne, there's a little attachment at the bottom of it, and you would just run the hose from there into the garden.
All right. So, by the way, again, those things you don't want to put down in the garbage disposal are potato peels, poultry skins, bones, rice, and pasta.
Hand grenades.
Eggshells. Disposals can handle small quantities. Don't flush wet wipes down the toilet.
We've heard definitively now. Is this the definitive? Don't flush, even though they say you can.
Even the flushable ones, don't do it. They're over time. If you're doing it enough, it's going to cause you a problem.
Did the Horizon guy tell you about that? Because
no, because we don't use them.
Because I did have them over for a plumbing issue, and they told me that exact same thing. Even the ones that say that they can be flushed cannot.
Place a plunger in guest bathrooms to save your guests the embarrassment of having to ask for one. Yes, definitely do that. I've had to ask for one before. It sucks.
Do you have like a ladle? I need to scoop some turds out of this bowl.
Sorry, I gummed up your works here with my gigantic turds. Can you help? Yes. And then it also says to spread out showers and laundry loads if you can do that.
Nice.
These are some suggestions for Brown Friday.
Oh, my God.
Which
That's
is
the
coming up.
worst.
All right, one more?
Yeah.
One more item from the store. Do you guys want to hear a new dating trend thing? Or would you rather hear...
What is the general store now, like a brothel?
The most popular dog names. What would you rather hear?
Let's do the dating.
All right, we'll do the dating thing. The new dating term is called pocketing. Okay?
It's like docking?
No, it's not. Not like docking. Sorry. Pocketing is when a new partner is actively avoiding acknowledging your existence online and is going out of their way to avoid introducing you to any of their friends and family. A relationship expert at eHarmony, Rachel Lloyd, says the behavior doesn't necessarily mean the person is cheating, but says that those who do it often want to reap the benefits of a relationship while also living a single life online.
So is part of this pocketing process, like would it be at the beginning of a relationship, or can one be pocketed well into a relationship?
I think that it has to start from the beginning.
Right.
So, yeah, and then if it drags on for a long time, then you got to go,
what's up?
What's going on here?
Am I your bae or not?
Right.
I may be guilty of this.
Okay,
Really?
explain.
Yeah, like my boy, it takes me a really long time to post a significant other on my social media.
Oh, yeah.
I never see your significant other.
You date for a while
Uh-huh.
before you ever reveal to us that you've got someone in your life.
And a lot of it too, oh my God, this is so negative to think of it. It's like, I don't want to have to go back and erase those photos.
Oh my God.
So I'm like, let me make sure that this is for real, this is really happening.
Also, you remember her deal with World Be Free when she, she broke.
But once you do post that,
R.I.P.
Marissa, that it just invites questions and commentary. And so, like, you then have to deal with that. And so there's an aspect of it where you're also protecting their privacy a little bit.
Yep. Yeah,
And
sometimes it's weird to like tag. I'm sorry, Preston.
Yeah.
To tag them, and then people start clicking on it
No,
and start digging.
and there are people that are opposite of that who immediately look at us.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh my God,
and,
yeah.
and
Like
then-
Kim and Pete.
Yeah.
But
it
I
goes
also
downhill real quick.
Marissa, I wasn't sure if you and Matt were even together anymore, and then I wasn't going to say anything, and then you had mentioned him yesterday off air. I was like, okay, they are still together.
Yeah. No, we just haven't posted photos together. I'd rather post my boozy milkshakes.
Well, I saw you with a huge milkshake yesterday, so that was pretty cool.
It was really good.
So signs that you're being pocketed could include your partner's never replying to your social media comments.
Yeah.
Removing your tagged pictures from their profile. And never adding your tagged stories to their account. How dare them? Elaine Parker, dating expert and CEO of Safer Date, says that this behavior can also be a sign of a controlling partner who is insecure or jealous about their other half. The experts say that if you think you're being pocketed, you should have an open and honest conversation with your partner about how you are feeling. And if they do not open up or get defensive, it might be time to reevaluate the relationship.
What a morass of crap. I'm so glad I met and got married when I did, because there's just so much more to consider now. So much more. Like
pocketing.
Don't you think OJ would have killed Nicole years earlier if there hadn't been social media? With his level of jealousy?
Well, and think about that whole like Kardashian level of social media.
Maybe he'd be going out of his mind.
Yep.
Which he is.
We got to close up shop, gang. Sorry about that.
The general store. That's Preston Elliott waving goodbye to you. Hope you come back very soon.
Yeah. We will come back soon, but not to the store. We're going to return in a moment, and we're going to get into the bizarre file, so make sure that you stay with us. But in the meantime, as you are hanging out, why don't you call in and try and win a copy of Free Guy, starring Ryan Reynolds, which is on digital and available now. We will take 5. What's that?
Good movie.
5 callers at 215-263-WMMR, and we will give you a copy of that. We'll be right back. Thank you. Anytime that I actually need to say the word Slayer,
let him do it.
I'm going to have Casey do it. I can't yell like that.
The band.
We also have Tom Arya, singer and bassist from Slayer. Ladies and gentlemen, Slayer. And he is. That's the only way you can say the name of that band. He's 53 years old today. Yeah, I can't yell like that. He is 58 years old today, by the way. So, maybe it's time to hang it up.
But possible.
You can only do that hardcore to a certain age, and then you're done. Slayer! Ladies and gentlemen, Slayer!
I actually never had that conversation with my father, but I just had that conversation with my son. I pulled him into a room. It was just he and I talking. I said, "Hey, listen."
You listen to me.
No. I said, "This. This is not to embarrass you. I'm just telling you, you're not a little kid anymore. You're turning into a young man, and so you're at a point in your life where you have to shower every single day, and you have to put deodorant on under your arms every single
right?
time."
I mean, that's a standard talk, right?
Casey, the reason we had the talk with my son, who's 12, is because he stunk.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things where it's like, dude, you need to shower more.
But it's
and
embarrassing when you hear that.
When you do shower, you need to wear deodorant because there's an effect, and it's just what happens when you get a little bit older. But like, he needs to do it because he's gonna get made fun of. He'll be the stinky. I don't want to have the stinky kid.
The stinky kid.
No.
One thing I didn't do throughout my entire school, and I've mentioned this on the air before, and that is junior high and high school. I never washed my gym clothes. Ever.
No?
Oh, I think a lot
The
of
whole
kids.
year.
The whole year. I know, right?
All right. Did you go to gym a lot?
Every day.
Every day,
Were you active in gym, or were you a cool kid standing off to the side?
No. Yeah.
You were the kid that smelled like Doritos.
You had to participate. Doritos.
Yeah, that's what the gym suit would smell like if you didn't wash
We
it.
said hoagies. We go. So we say to the kids, "All right, you got to take a shower. You smell like hoagies."
We should put out a Twitter poll. What does body odor smell like? Because we've heard hoagie and Doritos. And now that I remember, I do remember associating smell with, I think, my own body odor. You ever sniff your own pit? Do a little sniff check?
occasionally. Yeah.
You have to check.
So I remember smelling when I was younger that I always thought that my own armpit smelled like onions and mustard.
Really?
Yes. To get mixed together.
Now, would you normally eat that?
Yes.
Okay, so
on hot
it's
dogs.
pleasant for you.
Yeah, so I kind of liked it.
So
Yeah.
maybe that's why. Maybe you did actually. You're sweating out the onions.
I didn't even think about that.
Well, you can sweat out garlic.
Yeah.
Like if you eat a very garlic-based diet, and when you sweat, you can smell like garlic.
Yeah. Which is a fairly pleasant
Can you
smell,
sweat
right?
out
That's
apple crumbles?
Apple crumbles.
Let's try.
I don't know.
What about chocolate chip cookies?
Blueberry.
I just want to see if I'm missing an opportunity here to sweat out chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah.
So hoagies, Doritos, and mustard and onions, and I'm sure there are other people that have a scent that they basically have labeled as body odor.
Well, of course, we talked about this, that the old belief is that when white people, Caucasians, get wet, they smell like dogs.
Like wet dog.
Right.
Yep,
and
correct.
dogs' paws smell like corn chips.
Yeah.
And that is actually true.
Yeah.
So these different things. I don't know. We tend to be enamored of our own smell, right? To some extent.
Enamored with our own? Yeah. I mean, that's why the smell of your own farts is actually really good. It's a pleasant thing.
Not always.
No.
Well, listen, you can
Every single time.
You can blow yourself out every now and then.
No, you
but
can't.
you're pretty proud of it.
Well, yes, exactly. That's the fine distinction.
that's
Is
a
even though
prize winner right
it
there.
may be horrible, you're like, oh my God, I'm a champion.
I've had to leave the room from my own.
You've offended yourself with your own gas?
I didn't say I wasn't proud of it. I was like, man, that was strong enough to make me leave.
Did you walk out cursing yourself?
Yeah.
What kind of animal am I?
Kind of impressed.
I honestly, Nick, I didn't think that was possible. Like, I swear to God, the worse that it smells for you, the best that it smells for me.
Okay.
Like, if it's a really bad one where I'm like, oh man, Preston's going to be really
It's
mad.
like licking your elbow. It's almost impossible to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you have one that's coming and you can tell by the
it's gonna be
by
bad.
the heat and so on or the pressure and you know it's going to piss me off, do you actually go, oh yeah, that's a good one?
No,
Okay.
no.
You don't take a little sneak sniff for yourself?
All right.
Oh, I always take it.
All right, we need to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I will say,
The cup and the have you cupped recently?
Sure.
Yeah.
Of course.
I never cup. I never cup. No,
You
no.
don't have to.
I don't have to. I'm an old pro.
Amateurs.
It's also a good way to run a self-diagnostic.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's a lot of relevant medical material to be gleaned from assessing your own odors.
Like,
I'm trying to make a case for cupping your farts.
I know you are.
Like, I love giving myself a Dutch oven. Like,
really?
Oh, if it's a really bad one,
you'll pull the covers up.
Not only, I will just sneak under the covers. I'll be like, I'm going to just lay here for a little bit.
Do you know what's equally fun,
You're a
Casey?
disgusting human.
Casey, crap in a pillowcase and pull it over your head.
Kathy, what do you think about the smell of your own gas?
I think
She
you guys
never
are
farted.
disgusting humans
Yeah.
right now.
I think
You pull.
I think
like,
you're a liar.
I think so too.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm not pulling the covers over my head and enjoying my own stench like Casey.
Yes, you are.
No.
No, she'll enjoy your stench.
1000%.
No, I don't think. We've talked about this before. You are very. I mean, obviously, the notion of passing gas liberally at home is not something that you do, correct?
You don't think I pass gas at home? Is that
No,
what you're
I
saying?
don't think you do. I don't think you stand in the middle of the room and go, ba-boom.
Yeah, he did it.
Hey, get over here!
I think you go into the conservatory.
Pull my finger.
Felicity alum. Felicity.
Tonight on a powerful Felicity. Felicity shows up late for a chemistry class.
I'm sorry. I thought it was an 8.
Has to go to detention.
Go to detention. Felicity.
Carrie Russell.
Carrie Russell. She, formerly of the long locks, who killed her career by cutting her hair, but has now grown her hair back and is doing great things with the American.
So Carrie Russell was Felicity.
Sound like
history in Russell.
It's Carrie Russell's history.
Presented by Rita that she grew her hair back, and it was wonderful.
Oh, gee.
She plays a commie bitch who pretends she's one of us. Those commies.
In what?
In The Americans.
Oh, the Americans.
You don't watch that?
No,
She's
no.
a spy.
I don't watch that.
It's like that John Travolta, Kelly Preston movie.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
The Experts.
the experts.
But she may join J.J. Abrams and Star Wars Episode 9.
We forget that it was J.J. Abrams who created and wrote a number of the
Felicity episodes.
I did forget that, yeah.
Yeah.
No word yet on whether she'll tackle a hero or a villain in the epic franchise. The movie begins shooting in London this month, by the way.
Unless we forget also that Kerry Russell won Mr. Skin's Best Butt Shot, I believe, in the Anatomy Awards.
Get a nice pooper.
No kidding. Casey says
She's got a hell of a pooper. kind of butt you want to spend a weekend spelunking at, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, we are back from vacation.
We are.
So the.
Oh yeah, this is nice. Is good stuff.
Look, there's some soccer players in there from Thailand.
These are the kids. I'm gonna help you out.
You guys all right?
Wait, I see light from the badge.
Oh, God.
We can do this.
Wow.
It's a new survival story, unlike any other.
Look this way, kids. We go. Is it a stalagmite or a stalactite?
The tight or from the ceiling stalactite hang on top, and the mites are.
You know that?
Yeah, that's the old stalactite.
It's tight. It hangs
tight.
on, and stalagmite might make it to the ceiling if it keeps growing. So.
And all of this is taking place in Felicity.
In Felicity's butt.
Okay, yeah.
Text says, driving my kids to daycare, my 2-year-old is calling my 1-year-old a commie bitch. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Well, they're learning about a time in our history that was very important.
This is one of these meetings here with the town where people can get up and speak their mind. And this young man got up and he had a take on legalizing prostitution.
So I propose this. The city allows for licensed masseurs to give genital massages if the masseur and the client both agree to it. We let someone get naked and have every other part of their body touched and rubbed by a massage therapist. Hell, we let proctologists spend their day men and sticking things. So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
Oh my God.
That really is as inspiring as FDR's speech on December 8th, 1941.
I love the last part of that. Hang on.
So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
I say
That's what I say to you. If someone wants to yank a man's crank, I say let them do it.
Okay.
And so by
is
this time,
legit?
well,
maybe.
You know what? I don't care. But he was definitely in front of this group. He was prepared. He seemed, and then he goes on. It's not just enough to state that's your intent or what you'd like to see happen.
Yeah.
You have to provide.
You got to back it up.
Examples.
Yeah, some context.
Some context to it. Yes.
Here's clip 2.
Picture this: a big old sweaty fat guy would get with your hand actually be that much worse than giving him a full body massage, getting up in there under the folds of fat, or being the proctologist sticking your finger.
Holy hell.
If a grown adult wants a job, another grown adult is willing to give one for money, then let them. That would truly be a happy ending for everyone.
Okay.
Oh my God.
The crowd loved it.
There is, I think, legitimacy to his claim, by the way. Are we going there or are we not going there?
I want to hear. What do you think?
I like the way you.
Casey started doing
like a velociraptor all of a sudden.
His head was going left and right. Are we going here?
Well, yeah. I mean, dude, why is that illegal?
Rub and tugs?
Yeah.
There is that. This is an age-old question about the. In fact, right before the Magna Carta came into being, there was the rub and tug.
I mean, there is a separation of church and state, right? So, is morality a church thing?
Wow, this got a lot deeper than I thought. We were simply playing a goofball, but you want to work out whether prostitution or the sex trade should be legitimized.
Well, maybe we should put them in malls.
Let's talk about abortion.
Yeah.
Let's lighten things up a bit.
Once you've starred in a movie that's nominated for an Oscar, it's safe to say that you're famous, right?
Yeah.
Well, Saoirse Ronan, who is 24 years old, still doesn't feel famous, though. Yeah, she's adorable.
Yeah.
I love her and the accent.
It's wonderful.
She's just thinking.
It's such a garden party, asking inappropriate questions to Meghan Markle.
I love how they drop the G.
Yeah.
On ing words. Ronan continued saying she avoided reading about herself. She
I
said,
was farting.
What was that sound?
I was farting. Farting hard. You just know that'd be adorable. Just outside, standing in the glen, farting.
In the glen.
In the glen. The morning dew collected on the leaves and grass.
Yeah.
And just decided it'd be a good time for farting. It does sound better, doesn't it?
Oh,
It does.
oh, it needs to be a
Where
song.
were you, Auntie Sarsha? I was outside farting, dear. Farting hard.
There needs to be a song called Farting in the Glen.
Farting in the glen.
We're excited, ladies and gentlemen, to have in our studio actor David Harbour.
Thank you.
I'm so excited I said good afternoon when it's 9:20 in the morning.
There are a bunch of footlongs outside the
Yes,
studio,
there are.
which is like
Yeah.
the 9 in the morning footlong, though.
Yeah.
Do you know Pink's in Hollywood?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
That's them.
Are those from
Yeah.
there?
Yeah.
Expanded
Oh,
to
well,
the
then
east.
bring me one. I mean, come on, it's still a hot dog.
Yeah, it's not it's classic breakfast fare, but
We have a bizarre file to do.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Iron Hill Brewery. Their top-selling IPAs and seasonal beers are on sale everywhere. Available at craft beer is sold locally. You can visit ironhillbrewery.com and click Beer Finder to find a new retailer near you. Let's see. In Ontario, a teenager has been arrested after allegedly stealing $46 million from one person in a massive cryptocurrency scam in the United States.
$46 million.
Yeah, a teenager.
Okay.
Police announced the arrest after a joint investigation with the FBI and the United States Secret Service Electronic Crimes Task Force that began in March of 2020.
Well, they always say go for an amount that won't be so obvious.
According to police, the victim had been targeted by a SIM swap attack, a method of manipulating cellular network carriers so scammers can intercept two-factor authentication requests.
Oh, boy.
Some of the stolen cryptocurrency was used to purchase an online username that was considered to be rare in the gaming community, and this transaction led investigators to uncover the account holder of the rare username. So this guy wanted a gamer tag, and that was his downfall. This transaction led to that, and a youth was arrested earlier this year in connection with the incident for the theft of over $5,000 in possession of property or proceeds of property obtained by crime. The age of the suspect has not been released by investigators. They said that this is the largest cryptocurrency scam involving one person in Canadian history.
Of course.
As the case makes its way through the courts, police are asking the public to be vigilant in the security of their funds, whether they are held in crypto or centralized currency. But this kid stole $46 million
It's a good lesson.
worth of crypto.
If you're missing $46 million, you need to ask how that happened.
Yes, please do. A woman who helped deliver her best friend's baby claimed that just days later she discovered that her own husband was the father of the child.
Oh, man.
Haley Custer,
This is right out of Maury.
who is from Wickenburg, Arizona, said that she was left heartbroken after finding out her husband of 6 years, Travis Bowling, had allegedly cheated on her with her close pal. The mother of four said after being there every step of the way to support her unnamed best friend during the pregnancy and birth, including wearing the hospital's daddy wristband, she was devastated when she spotted a specific birth defect on the baby's neck that was identical to the one her husband has. Yeah, and that's how she found out. After confronting the pair about the suspicions that her partner had fathered the baby, she claimed her worst fears were confirmed, and she now alleges that Bowling had cheated on her with up to 30 women during their marriage.
Doesn't seem committed to it, does he?
Despite the infidelity, Custer says that she welcomed her first friend into the home after she gave birth because she had nowhere to go. She said, I kept thinking of my kids. At the end of the day, this is their blood sibling, and I'm not going to be the one who causes harm to that child.
It's a good woman.
She said in one clip that she decided to get sober after she became pregnant with her own child years earlier, and she wanted to help her friend who was also an addict do the same.
Jeez.
When she had noticed the hereditary defect on the baby's neck a few days after they got home from the hospital, she claimed that she knew right away that the baby was her husband. She said, I'm familiar with the defect because my older son has it. It's an extra piece of cartilage that grows out of the side of his neck.
That you would spot that and know that immediately.
She said, I was changing her daughter, and I noticed that she had what we call the bowling bumps, and several of his other children have it as well. So I knew exactly that the baby was my husband. So, yeah, it was kind of a strange way to find out about that. A New Zealand woman had to call police for help when she found herself being held hostage by a possum in her home. The woman said she was unpacking her car at her home when she felt something run up her leg.
Oh, my God.
She soon realized it was a possum and ran into her house. Each time she tried to go outside, the possum would reappear and charge at her. Sounds rabid, doesn't
Yes,
it?
absolutely.
Yeah. Police arrived at the woman's home and
still out there?
were speaking to her through a window when the possum climbed an officer's leg. The officer was able to stun the possum with the beam of his flashlight, and it was placed in a box with some dry pet food. The animal was relocated to an area far away from the woman's home, and police say the animal may have been formerly kept as a pet or may have just recently been separated from its mother. Now, I said rabid. I don't think, are possums the ones that can't catch rabies?
I don't know. That's a good question because we have a picture up here on the screen, and this looks nothing like any possum I've ever seen.
It's a New Zealand possum. Steve, I pulled up a photo from this article, and it's a very different looking animal.
It's cute.
It is. It's much cuter than American possums.
But obviously ornery.
Nick, can you do me a favor and
Yeah.
search and see if possums can get rabies or not? I know there's some rodent out there.
I know
that-
you're right. I've heard
or
something similar.
marsupial or something like
Yeah.
that can't have rabies. So, all right.
It's extremely rare in opossums.
Oh, there you go.
There we
Okay.
go.
All right. Let's see. An unfortunate bear was finally freed after having his head stuck in a plastic container for nearly a month. Now, I know it's horrible when these things happen, but it's pretty funny looking. You got to admit
Because
that.
we know that he was freed.
Yeah.
Well, I know, but it's funny looking when it's on their head.
I ain't no fortunate bear.
The bear was first spotted several weeks ago, and biologists attempted to track and trap the animal, but were unable to locate it.
I feel so stupid.
The bear was spotted again 3 weeks later when it appeared on a resident's backyard security camera with the container still stuck on its head.
Hey, Buckethead.
This time, state officials were able to successfully locate the animal and tranquilize it. They say that they removed the plastic container from around the 250-pound female bear's face. Officials theorize the container may have been part of an automatic feeder, which is likely why the bear was able to survive so long with his head stuck inside of it.
'Cause there was food in there.
It had a meal in there for it. Officials say the freed bear appeared to be healthy and was able to eat. And there you go. That's what we have.
That's wild.
In the bizarre file for you. Let's take a break. Come back in a second, and we'll see how you're doing and how you've been paying attention, whether or not. And we'll have the lesson question, trash, and music.
It works. It's very good.
We never actually get breakfast food here. It's always like
It's
that.
always a dinner thing, but it all
Wings
works.
and all that stuff.
We've been up since 3:45.
Yeah, exactly. So it is kind of dinner for you guys.
David, where are you from? Where did you grow up?
I'm from White Plains, New York.
Know it well.
Yeah, do you know it?
I'm from New York, yeah.
Okay,
I know
Westchester guy, like 45 minutes out from the city, suburban, very boring place to grow
But nice.
up.
If you work in the city, it's a nice area to be in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I couldn't stand it when I was growing up because it's like that suburban thing, and you're like 14 years old and all you want to do is act out. And so I would take that Metro North train down to New York, though.
Oh, yeah.
When I was like 15. And, back then you could do a lot worse things than you can nowadays. We could go to bars and I mean, they didn't have any of the rules they have nowadays.
So it wasn't the creative arts that were driving you to the city? It was the party?
I would tell my parents that I was going to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. So yes, the arts were driving.
Yeah.
If my parents are listening.
Well, we're thrilled to have you in here.
Yeah.
We're massive
thanks.
Stranger Things fans, and we're also just massive fans of your your body of work, which is just so much great stuff. And I think you've described yourself, or have been described, and I think you're the epitome of that guy for so long, who just is always, this guy's in it, this is going to be good. Yeah. And we have a sense that you've curated the things that you're in, and whether that's the truth or not, you just always end up in good stuff. And Stranger Things is just such a... no one could have figured this bizarre pop culture bank shot that took place. Yes. And that they went with, except for perhaps Winona Ryder, moderately known. And it just took off. So when you got the script for the first time, I understand it blew you away, but did you think you were going to get it? You couldn't have had an idea it would be what it has become.
No. Yeah. The complete opposite, to be honest. I mean, the first thing is you get the script, and I thought it was a really good script. And so my first thought was there's no way they're going to choose me to be like the male adult lead in this. They'll get somebody who's a star. And so I kind of blew off the audition a little bit. I mean, I do what I do, but there was a relaxation in the audition where it was like, those situations where you think like this will never happen. So I might as well just do what I want to do.
And that must help. That must help in a way.
It does, because it makes you more relaxed. You have no expectations. You don't have a goal. You're just like doing what you do. And then I wound up getting it, and it was incredible. And then as we were shooting it, I remember around episode 4 or 5 having a bit of a breakdown and thinking, none of this works.
Really? Really?
Yeah. I mean, because I remember, Hopper's a really messy guy in many ways, like everything from his body to, his personality.
Well, the very first, my impression of your character was like, this guy's a douchebag, because she comes and says, my kid is missing, and he's like, he's out running around or whatever. I'm like, oh my God, he's going to be that guy. Yeah. He's more complex than that, and really cares. But you're right. He kind of had that really messy attitude about him, but he's the character morph. So initially you thought that wasn't going to translate?
Yeah, and so like around episode, I think it was 5 though, we were doing a scene, and I'm neurotic, and occasionally I'll ask people like, what'd you think? And I went up to my hair person, this woman Sarah, who's lovely person, but I was like, what do you think? And she just turned to me and just shook her head, and she was like, I don't think it's going to work.
Wow.
And I was like, what? You mean the whole thing?
Thanks for the confidence.
But I understood where she's you're in a bubble down there, and you just have these days where you're like, what we're doing is stupid. Nobody's going to like it. And then before the show came out, there was no advertisements.
No.
And I couldn't get an interview like this on a popular radio show. Like, nobody wanted to talk to me about this show.
That was the beauty of it. I found out about it through word of mouth.
Exactly.
So it started to catch. And it was that. Now, this actually speaks to, you were a child of the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of people remember all of this. It's at once a tribute to the work of Stephen King, and it's this pop culture maelstrom of things that are all pulled together and
Spielberg,
to Spielberg, and shot in a way that all the things that we love, but done in a great way. So there'd be no way to know it. But the fact that it did happen that way organically, I think, made it more firmly entrenched, and that's why we're rabid for season 3.
You and the Netflix season 1 marketing department apparently had the same thought, because that's what that's what they claimed was I don't know if that's just a way of getting out of spending any money on the show, but
it was our plan.
They claimed that was kind of their strategy, was to have people discover it. And I have to say, it is very gratifying. It was very gratifying to have it be something that wasn't hyped at all. And just to have people stumble across it on Netflix, and then the social media aspect of it. They just told their friends, and it was all over like Facebook and Twitter. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
And I think in this world where everything is so hyped, it's nice to have ownership and discover something that almost feels like a little pearl you found in an oyster, like a surprise,
So let me ask you then, here's the conundrum now. Now it is a thing that's hyped.
I know, now we're talking about it. Oh,
right.
God.
But whereas season 2 is always, everyone's like, going, okay, what season? season 2 kicked ass.
Yeah.
I know.
And it was.
And guess what happens in season 3?
Traps the bed.
We jump the shark. No, it's my character gets on water skis.
Nice.
And literally
At one of the
jumps
top,
in.
and there's a great white shark in the lake.
All right.
Who knew?
Yeah.
In Hawkins Lake.
Are you wearing a leather jacket?
I am.
Okay.
Surprisingly.
It's amazing.
No, honestly, I just finished because they just sent me. Because they like to send the finished episodes to everyone else before me,
right?
But that's just no. But they just sent me all the episodes. I just finished them last night, actually, and it is so damn good.
Yeah.
Wow. The trailer
It is
alone.
so damn good, and you like, the end is.
How does it end? What happens?
Okay, so here's what happens.
You make it up the chart.
Yeah. By the way, I would like to correct you on one little thing. Prior to this, the first season coming out, we totally would have had you on our show.
You're a liar.
No.
You are in some of our favorite things.
When the first trailer for Black Mass came out, and the dinner scene with you and Johnny Depp, and I'll just sort of leave it at that because I know you wanted to hit on this, Steve.
Oh no,
like,
we're gonna go over all your stuff because we're big fans. But yes, no, Casey's right. We were fans before Stranger Things. It just cements the adoration. But to that point, you go through these things. This has been your quantum leap.
Yes.
I mean, but you were that kind of guy. You were on Broadway and you know working that whole deal. When you went in to I know you had an issue with working with kids initially, right? Because kids can be a liability, right?
Initially.
I mean, because I find. You've got to get the right. I'm so quick to hate a kid in a thing. if he's, you know what I'm saying? If he's
I do know what you mean. I know exactly.
You got to get a Haley Joel Osment. You got to get somebody who really gets.
Yeah.
These
and we
kids
got
are
like
great.
6 of them.
Yeah.
I know. I know.
And so they never. The old thing is never work with animals or kids.
Yeah. But you and I are the same age, right? So when I look at this
Are
cast,
you 75?
born in 75.
No, 1975. No.
So you were born on my brother's birthday in 1975.
Oh,
I
wow.
saw that. I turned 44 on the 4th of July. So
Wait.
Yeah.
I was born on your brother.
my brother was born in 73.
Oh, 73. I was like,
Don't try to
wow,
work it out.
2 months apart? Brother, how did that happen? Something with test tubes and cloning or something.
It's right out of Stranger Things.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the upside down.
You and I and Nick, actually, as a matter of fact, we're all contemporaries. So we grew up with the same movies. So there are movies that came out in the 80s that still work today that have kids in them because they were so good. The Goonies is one.
Yes.
Stand By Me is another one. Sandlot is another one that came a little bit later on.
Okay.
And so I liken E.T. Yeah. As a matter of fact, E.T.
Yeah. Drew Barrymore, like a little tiny Drew Barrymore, amazing.
Right. So, and we had the creator of The Sandlot in here a couple of years ago, and he actually, I think they had a whole other cast of kids, and he was like, you know what, I need to get older kids to play younger because they weren't doing it right. And
yeah, interesting.
And so,
I mean, our kids are kind of all over the map. I think when we started, I think Millie was the youngest, and I think she was 11 years old, and then I think Caleb was the oldest, and I think he was maybe 14. So they do span a little bit, but in general, they are kind of aging with the show. Like Millie in particular is, you know, she started out, she was 11 years old, and now she's like 14 or something.
She's a young woman now. It's a little weird to see, but it's natural.
Well, it's weird for you. It's just weird for Hopper, too. Yeah, it's like a nightmare.
I love that you, and to Preston's point about the character, this character, and I think I like complex, I like villains where you can sort of see why they are what they are, and they're not just, you know,
Wells Fargo
mustache
Center,
twisting.
it's
And
next
I like
week on the 24th. The question this morning has to be, who is Vina's sister? 215-263 WMMR. Who is Vina's sister? 215-263 WMMR. Goes way back to the 7 o'clock hour. Let's see if you know the answer.
the sister of Vina.
The sister of Vina is who? Let's do the trash while you call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by KGL Skin, and KGL is testing a a topical treatment for facial acne on teens and young adults with moderate to severe acne. It'd be great if it was tropical, right? They send you to an awesome location.
Yes, it's fantastic.
It's topical, though.
Get some tan.
If qualified, though, you may be paid up to $350. KGLSkinStudyCenter.com for information. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, John Gosselin, formerly of John and K+8, telling Dr. Oz that he hasn't spoken to his twin daughters, Maddie and Kara, in 8 years. Gosselin says the last thing he wants to do is be a helicopter parent. There you go. Shawn Mendes and Camila Cabello have split up after 2 years of dating. The singers posted on Instagram saying they will always share a bond that cannot be undone, no matter how much one of them refused to do anal.
Oh, my God. Wow.
And finally, Teresa Giudice says she's tired of thinking everyone has the right, everyone who thinks they have the right to discuss her impending marriage to fiancé Marty Caffrey. Giudice says she constantly mentions how much she loves her privacy throughout all 11 seasons of her reality. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll go for an answer here, and we need to know who Vena's sister is, sister of Vena. We will go to Larry for the answer. Hey, Larry.
Yes.
Hey, Larry.
Hey,
All right.
Larry. Hey, Larry.
Do me a favor. Tell me who Vena's sister is.
Serenus.
Serenus.
Yeah.
Yes. You got it, buddy. Hang on, Larry.
Hey, Larry.
We're going to set you up with a pair of tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco. Nobody does this tour. It's coming to Wells Fargo Center on November 24th, and tickets are on sale now at wellsfargocenterphilly.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, it is brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. The last thing you need is plumbing problems with visitors in town. Horizon Services is offering up the up to $200 off select plumbing repairs with same-day service. You can visit horizonservices.com. We will begin with news about Jerry Cantrell, Alice in Chains co-founder. Recorded a digital event called An Evening with Jerry Cantrell last night, and the stream was an intimate performance that was recorded live from Los Angeles. The sold-out performance included a 6-song set, storytelling, and a Q&A hosted by actor-comedian Jeff Garlin. The stream will be a ticketed event on Wednesday, December 1st.
That seems wild that Jeff Garlin would host that event.
Maybe they know each other.
Yeah.
You know, might be a case like that. So
Maybe he's a big Goldbergs fan.
By the way, Jerry Cantrell will be at the TLA on April 3rd, by the way. Pearl Jam, Eddie Vedder will release his latest solo set. Earthling is what it's going to be called. And it's coming up February 11th via his own Seattle Surf imprint. Eddie has just issued a lyric video for the album's second single, The Haves. And that's all I have about that. I really don't have any other information about it.
So I was watching yesterday on Paramount Plus. They have a whole bunch of archived, unplugged sessions.
Yeah.
And I watched Pearl Jam, and I mean, they're just so great, especially early on in their careers. And he's just a dynamic vocalist.
Around what time, what album had just come out?
That was 10.
It was 10, okay.
That was 10.
Yeah.
So they basically had done all of 10 pretty much. And, I mean, he's just belting it out. And it's crazy. But then I was reminded of the time when we pulled a fast one on Nick and played because they had been rumoring that Pearl Jam was going to have a new album, and that was in 2019. I'd completely forgotten that they'd released Gigaton last year. Have we played any?
Yeah, we played Dance of the Clairvoyants for a little bit.
Okay.
The Super Blood.
But
Wolf
nothing
Moon.
hit, right? Nothing was like...
No major hits off of it.
Right.
When they did the show in Atlantic City, or not Atlantic City, Asbury Park, they did 6 or 7 songs off the new record, which is a lot of songs to do in a relatively short show off a new record. You know,
at a festival.
At a festival show, yeah. It's not like a full-on concert. So, listen, it's a good album if you like Pearl Jam. You know, it sounds like Pearl Jam. I enjoy it, but I think 6 or 7 songs from a new record at a festival show.
That's not right.
A bit much.
That's not right. And also it goes to our discussion the other day about bands that are competent releasing good music but not chasing the hit.
Yeah. I mean, the Stones have new music. The Who puts out new music. Bruce. And they're just
And
not
nobody
hits.
cares.
Nobody. Well, I think that they care.
Nah,
It's
not
just-
nobody. It's not. I was joking.
Yeah, no, but I know what you're saying.
I just know you're not going to care about it.
who was it? Marissa or Casey brought up the U2 record that is still on everybody's phone, and like it's not a bad record. It's just people don't listen to it like they listen to Joshua Tree or Achtung Baby.
Nick, I have a question. Was there a Pearl Jam MTV Unplugged that was never aired?
Well, that's the one that Casey's talking about, and so it took a long time for them to air it.
That's the same thing. Okay.
Yeah, and they had been touring in Europe, and then like they were forced to do an acoustic gig because literally like the equipment didn't show up. There was some sort of malfunction or whatever, and so they found out that they could do that competently. And then Nirvana had there were Eric Clapton. His Unplugged was really popular, and then so Pearl Jam came back and did theirs.
Okay. One last story. Dave Frischberg, a prolific comedic jazz songwriter whose work stretched more than 5 decades, passed away on Wednesday. I know you probably don't know the name. He was 88 years old. He worked prominently with several major artists over his long career, but he's best known perhaps for his contribution to the 1970s Saturday morning cartoon Schoolhouse Rock, and the song I'm Just a Bill. That's
great.
Was one that he had written, and I think we had that sent over, Casey, if you have that handy.
Find that for you.
He was born in 1933 in St. Paul, Minnesota. Fishberg learned to play jazz and other forms of popular music from a young age. After graduating from the University of Minnesota with a journalism degree, he served in the Air Force for 2 years, after which he moved to New York City to pursue his music career. Made a name for himself through his humorous compositions, often referencing or satirizing popular culture and current events. And he moved to Los Angeles in 1971, where he began working as a session musician and film and TV composer. And that led eventually to his work on Schoolhouse Rock. And I'm Just a Bill.
Just a Bill. Yes.
So it's one of the most popular Schoolhouse Rock songs ever, and has been parodied by The Simpsons and Saturday Night Live, just to name a few.
You know, Harry Chapin's brother Tom Chapin also wrote for Schoolhouse Rock.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. He was also nominated, by the way, David Frischberg was, for the Best Jazz Vocals Grammy Award 4 times. Moved to Portland in 1986 and remained there until his death, continuing to record and perform well into the 2010s. So he had been at it for quite a long time. So sad news. And that is what we wrap up the music news with. Let us take a break. I want to remind you, we do have a new Daily Rush video. If you want to see more of the Camp Out for Hunger recaps, we've got Mike Kerr of Royal Blood, Scotty Hartnell, Danny Briere and Brad Marsh, and Robert Irvine and Mark Murphy as they ride the can drop. It's sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. Learn more at xfinity.com, by the way. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
And that's how Hopper came into to the deal. You know, the whole paternal aspect of him was not revealed, and it becomes revealed in an organic way. How much of your input helped create that genesis for Hopper?
I mean, they had an amazing character already created when I came in, but they also are very collaborative. So, I have ideas and I understand men that are broken and disappointed in life, and other people are disappointed in. So I had some insight into that.
Right.
And so, as we were developing him in the first season, and one of the fun things was as we developed him in the first season, and as we thought, we were all sort of neurotic, and we thought, well, this isn't going to have much of a life after this season. But we would sit around on set and just have fantasies about, like, what would be amazing? Like, if we could run this thing. Like, what could be cool? And I think that some of those discussions, especially in season 1, one of the fun things was, like, we really loved the character of Hopper, and we also really loved this character of 11. And we were like, there's clearly, like, he had a daughter who died, and so he has a lot of trauma around that. And she had a papa who was manipulative and who used her.
Right.
And so wouldn't it be great for these two characters to try to heal their trauma together and do it in a very chaotic way where they, they don't know
season
what they're
2?
doing. Yeah,
Season
so that
2 was
led
that
into
process.
season 2.
Yeah.
And and then there's stuff that we're even responding to going into to season 3.
Yeah, no.
David, I loved you on Newsroom, and I love you in this, in Stranger Things, and they're very different roles.
Very different.
And the writing on, which is Aaron Sorkin's show on the Newsroom, it's so fast-paced, and so a lot of your characters build on the fast-paced nature of the entire show and how quickly the dialogue is delivered, whereas on Stranger Things, it's the spaces between the notes, right? It's a lot more drawn out, and you can be a much more subtle actor. Do you have a preference? Does it matter to you? Or do you just like to work when the work is good?
No, I mean, I do feel like with the Newsroom stuff, like I feel like the gestalt, like the larger piece is very good, but as a component in it, you don't have a lot of freedom to do, you don't have a lot of ownership in a weird way. And so with Stranger Things, there's a lot more ownership. I mean, you get to explore a lot more behavior. A lot of times, like Sorkin's stuff and Newsroom is very much about the point you're making, on the page. Whereas with Stranger Things, you may say something and mean something entirely different, or you may say something and then behave entirely different.
And there are these pauses and these drawn out things, especially with your character. Because
I love that. I love the way your character is like, you take a lot of time. Like, what's up with you? Why?
It's compelling. You get drawn in as a result.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's my whole thing with acting has always been that, a lot of it, human behavior is always very complex, and sometimes, a lot of times, I think people say something that, and then they behave entirely differently. And that's sort of how I've seen the world since I was a kid, is I've always been confused by human beings, because they would say things like, I love you. And you'd be like, I don't think you do. I think you want me to stay, or I don't know what you want, but you don't just love me. So that's always the complicated thing that I want to explore with human beings. And I think that the great thing about the Duffers are they really love actors. They really love what we bring to it, and they really want, so they'll have something in their mind that's very specific, and then we'll come in and mess it up, and they'll be like, this is even better than what and that sort of collaboration is what you're always looking for.
You mentioned taking a lot of time. Netflix took a long time to get this next season back. And I was curious what you, how you feel about that as an actor.
Listen, here's the problem, all right? It's not a problem. It's a problem with you guys. I swear, it is a problem with the world, okay? Because we have, all right, I'm going to throw down here, because we have trained you. We give you 8, or actually last year, 9 hours of content.
Yeah.
And you binge it all in a day.
No, I learned.
And it's like, give us time. Take your time. Once every 2 months is when you should be watching an episode.
No, it's crack.
Look,
it's
I
crack.
know. For me too. I mean, sorry.
No. And as soon as it's over, you're like, when's the next one coming out? Like, after the first day it comes out, you watch the whole season, and then you want to know when there's more.
And you'll see, you'll see as you watch this season. I mean, the problem is, I agree. I wish we could bring them out to you every couple months, But the problem is, and especially when you watch this season, if you really just watch each episode and you see the camera work, the story work, the production design, every single one of them is an hour-long movie.
That's been true of
the
whole
have
series.
8 of them.
Yeah.
But eight movies in a year and a half is pretty good, compared to
Well, let me ask you, going to your film work, which we should love. And Casey brought up Black Mass, and you've worked on the other side of the table from Johnny Depp, as menacing a Whitey Bulger as you could possibly imagine. And I was reading an interview with you where you say the performance it really works like when you legitimately, if you're supposed to hate somebody, if you actually sort of legitimately hate the person in that scene, that you can tell when someone's going, I'm going to pretend I hate you. So when Johnny Depp is looking across at you and he's delivering the secret recipe sequence, Are you kind of getting unnerved by that?
Yeah. I mean, there's very personal work going on. I'm terrified of Johnny Depp. I mean, who isn't? But so yeah, I mean, it's a funny thing. You meet people and you work with them almost immediately. That was Johnny and me. We just met that day and we just had that scene. But
no kidding.
That was your first scene? Within that day?
Yeah, and that was actually my first scene in the movie.
Wow.
You know, you sit down with a person, and so what I try to do is like just get very personal with them early on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you try to really see what you get from this human being, and then what you can use. It's almost like you're there with another chef, and you guys just have like ingredients spilled out, and you're like, okay, what am I going to use from you? Like, you know, you have this set of ingredients, I have this set of ingredients. What can we? And I mean, I do feel like the thing about acting is that when it's, and look, I do it sometimes, and sometimes I get scared of doing it, but when you bleed, other people feel it more, I think. Like,
Right.
You know, Ernest Hemingway has this great quote where he's like, writing is easy. You just sit at the typewriter and bleed. And like, it's true. Like when you actually are in the room, if you actually are hurt by someone, it registers as differently, viscerally, than if you're just sort of like pretending.
Right.
And I think in that scene you had soy sauce and garlic. Ingredients you had, right?
Oh, man, you found out. I spilled the secret.
Can I ask you a question? Because
real quick, I just want to reset.
Yeah.
It's David Harbour, if you're just tuning in. Stranger Things Season 3 coming up on Netflix July 4th.
With that particular movie, listen, you've been an actor for a long time. That's what you majored in college. You get into it because you love it. I assume that you didn't get into what you're doing now to receive awards and all that sort of stuff. However, with that movie, I felt like Johnny Depp should have at least been nominated for Best Actor in every single award show, and he wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, that stuff's all political, you know.
Okay.
You can see there are signs, and it's always been the case. For example, I always point to the fact that Paul Newman should have won for The Verdict, and they gave it to him for The Color of Money.
Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah,
and it's like, well, we screwed up, so here you go. So that's.
I think it's Pacino too, right? Like he was nominated, The Godfather, Godfather 2, like all these movies, and then they give it to him for A Scent of a Woman, which is like, okay, but like it's no Dog Day Afternoon. Like, come on, like.
No, you're right.
You're
Attica.
It was just on the other night. It holds up. It's still great.
David, I wanted to go back to the kids on the set on Stranger Things. You're watching these kids grow up. They're great actors, yet they are they're going up into this world of a career. I'm wondering if you're just letting them do that, or do you occasionally have a little bit of advice you try to, by osmosis, kind of give to them?
Are you a parent?
I am. Yeah, I have 3. Yeah.
One of his sons is right behind us.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hey, do you listen to your dad?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Because you're in the room. Yeah, I know. No, it's like, of course, like whatever. I mean, I actually don't have kids, so I have 6, or 7 if you include Joe Keery. But like little kids who I like adore and love, and of course I'm protective over them, and I want them. And I mean, it is a hard road, and especially nowadays with all the interaction with fans and stuff like that, and the fact that, you know, there's a fickle light of fame and of people that like you. I mean, I look at professional sports players, and like, you know, you have a bad season, and you got people in the stands going like, "You're a bum," and we have the same thing
now because of social media.
Exactly,
you're just eviscerated.
That's the thing, and I feel for these kids to be thrust in the limelight so quickly, and to be, you know, they are beloved. And look, I hope that they never have a day of not being beloved. But I will say I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's possible for any human being. I mean, we go up and down. The world loves you. They hate you. I mean, it's just the nature of.
You'd have to be wearing that silver hoodie,
that kitty suit.
Yeah,
kitty.
You said Jack Black though.
Oh, did I say Jack Black?
You did.
Sorry, Jack White. It was great when those two finally got to meet each other.
Yes, it was cool.
Were they going to talk about a band called the Gray Stripes or something like that?
Because black and white make gray? Okay.
Okay, anyhow, not Jack Black, Jack White on MMR. It is 10:38, and we are wrapping up today's show. And I would like to thank John Heffron for being on the program. John will be at Helium Comedy Club tonight. Tomorrow, there's 2 shows each night, so go by and see him because he is very funny, and he's a super nice guy, too. And that's it. That's the only guest we had on the air this morning. We have another guest who is sashaying over to the microphone as we speak, taking a sip, making sure that,
too hot.
How's that whiskey? You-
good whiskey.
Yeah, you look like you just took a big old shot of something.
I did.
Nice.
Shot of love.
Yeah.
Hey now.
How you doing?
Well, I mean, love in the form of liquid coffee.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing like my Dunkin'.
What's up in your world, man? How you doing?
I am doing just a spectacularly.
I love that.
Yeah.
I've been enjoying listening to the clips of your 40th celebration.
My misadventures through the years.
What was today?
John Stewart.
Yeah,
John
that was great.
Stewart.
I remember that interview. That was
Do you
awesome.
really?
Yeah,
Ah.
totally.
Huh.
Yeah.
I had no idea that he had grown up listening to the station. Kind of like the DeLeo brothers of STP. What?
I was working for you at the time. Do you remember how that interview went about?
I was running ever so slightly
behind. So I'm on the
John
phone.
Stewart?
Yeah. So
Okay.
Pierre had to come in early to record it because John Stewart was doing a show at the Tower, and I believe the interview was scheduled to start at 8:30. And so John Stewart calls promptly at 8:30, and Pierre is not here. And so I had to talk to John. I'm a huge John Stewart fan, and I was a little nervous picking up the phone and having a conversation with him. And he said, well, do you know when he's going to be in? And I said, well, he's supposed to be here now. And so we kind of like stalled for a minute. And then you came into the booth studio, which is where we recorded it. And we were able to get it on. And so we made it happen. But I was like sweating bullets. And I'm sure you were because, I know you wanted to chat with him as well.
Right. I'd forgotten about that till now, but
And it ended up being a great interview. I mean, he's so conversational and easy to chat with, and grew up listening to the station, which is a cool thing.
I mean, he couldn't be cooler.
Nice.
So, fun stuff.
Yeah, and there's more to come.
There are more to come. There's me flying the Pink Floyd blimp.
Yes.
That's coming. Or has that already aired? I don't think that is.
No, there was the racehorse.
The racehorse, right?
The World Series.
Oh, is that in there?
Yeah, that's in there. And then you had the variety of.
Has that happened already? Did they already run that
they already
one?
ran that one. Then the variety of shows that you've been a part of that, that Pierre presents.
Yeah.
So that clip ran.
Oh, and I wanted to mention something else really cool that's happening on the website. If you have taken a picture with Pierre at any time over the years and you have a digital photo of it, or you can take a photo of the photo you have and you can upload it, we have a digital photo album.
It's great.
Of Pierre pics. So it's called Pierre and Me. I uploaded one yesterday of you and I in Tahoe.
Oh, cool.
Sharing a cup of coffee. Bill Weston posted one. And if you just go through, you'll see a ton of listener photos from concerts.
How do I do that?
Day out
Because
from the slopes.
Jim Sutcliffe from Live Nation, hopefully back to Live Nation soon. Live Nation rehired Jim Sutcliffe. He's the best. He's still, kind of on a partial leave, but he does some things. He sent me a picture, the only picture I have of me and Neil Young.
Oh.
And I thought that'd be a fun one to put up there.
Yes, well, there's actually two galleries. So if you go to WMMR.com, there is a photo of photos of you from over the years with celebrities and all sorts of dolphins kissing you on the cheek.
Dolphin sent in a picture.
Oh, look, Flipper sent that.
And then there's the Pierre and Me gallery, which you can just click upload yourself. I'll walk you through it later today.
Excellent. I'll be ready to rock.
How about we do our letter of the day? Ready?
Thinking.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by The Letter.
R as in roof.
All right, and with our final letter, that means we need caller. Let's do number 6, 215-263 WMMR. You get to take a crack at telling us what the word is, and we do have a prize to give away with that. What are you giggling at?
You'll see.
Okay. I'll see.
You will see.
Oh, the word, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't pay attention to that. I always have to look to Pierre and wait to hear Great Day in the Morning to figure out whether or not they have given us a correct word or not.
It's a convoluted road we're traveling.
Oh, great.
So,
I love it when that happens.
Yes, occasionally that can happen, even with the sharpest minds like mine. But there you go.
All right,
on
what's
the
up on the show?
program, thank you for asking. We'll
What's up?
Here's what's on the show today. What's on the show today?
On the damn show.
Dylan. We got Bob Dylan coming in to sing an hour for me.
Oh, wow.
Not really.
No.
I have Bob Dylan tickets and Bob Dylan tickets for the Met in a week or so. So I've got those to give away. I've got Smith and Myers at that newly opened Brooklyn Bowl. That's coming up in December. And also we'll have a workforce block of some Shine Downy material and some Smith & Myers and some Gin Blossoms because they're playing the Hard Rock in Atlantic City tomorrow. They've made some great music over the years.
I would love the Gin Blossoms.
I just love Allison Road.
That's probably my
You
favorite
Down.
Gin Blossom song is Allison Road.
Follow You Down is the one I keep hearing. I'll follow you down. Yeah. Great songs. So I love that kind of music. And we will do a block of them, Block of the Black Crows, some vinyl for Tommy Conwell and the Young Rumblers because they're playing the Ardmore Music Hall Saturday night. So we've got an action-packed program.
Excellent. All right, we're ready for action.
Let's rock.
Let's go to the phones. We're looking for caller number 6. It's Paula. Paula, hello there.
Hi, yes.
Paula, do you know the word of the week?
I hope so.
What is it?
Saper.
What will you spell that for me, Paula?
Saper.
Great day in the morning.
Saper.
One who sapes.
One who sapes.
One who participates in saping.
Right. Yeah, well,
saping. Yeah.
Saping is the great new trend.
Well,
and
you remember Saperman, the comic book hero from the.
That is the new DC franchise.
Yes.
What were you saying, Paula?
No, I thought it may have been super, but I stuck with the A.
Stick to your guns.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's done on purpose just to make sure you're paying attention, Paula.
Hey, I'm always paying attention when there's money involved.
Damn right. And it's $500. It's yours. From Ashley Home Store. Yeah. Congratulations, Paula. Hang on the line. We'll get your information. We'll take care of that. And don't forget, you can visit Ashley Home Store's 11 area locations or ashleyfurniture.com for their 12 days of Black Friday deals that are going on. I'm going to take this moment to thank our sponsors as we're wrapping up. We would like to thank Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkin' is the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. It's also brought to you today by Acme. Download the Acme app to see your all new deals, rewards, and perks today. Visit acmemarkets.com for details. And Iron Hill Brewery's top-selling IPAs and seasonal beers. They are now available everywhere that craft beer is sold locally. Next week, Thanksgiving week, so it'll be a short broadcast week for us, but we're going to have some great guests on the program. Big J. Okerson will be joining us. Adam Ferrara will be on the program. And in preparation for that 6 ABC Thanksgiving Day Parade, our buddy Rick Williams will be joining us. We'll have a few other things, too. That's it. We're done. Rage on and have yourself a wonderful weekend, and we will see you later, gang. Bye-bye.